participants. But having said that, she is close to our heart. Whether she's far away in terms of geography, it doesn't matter. She's a cultural policy specialist and, of course, our president for the World Craft Council, or as the new terminology is, the director for regional director for Latin America, which, or as you know, is a very important, like every other region. She has over 17 years of experience shaping public policy for the craft sector across Latin America, and holds a master's degree in communication and teaches heritage management at university level. So as an academician, as a practitioner, as a creative person herself, she can really enrich this particular session where we are talking about crafts as a living heritage. And some of this was touched upon yesterday in some of the panels where people did speak about the fact that the craft must continue and sustain and evolve. And obviously, when you talk about living heritage, it must remain alive for it to be living. And we also heard about how relevant authenticity is. And when craft travels, in the UNESCO panel, we learned about how when craft travels from a region to another or from two different points in time, what is authenticity? So there were some interesting things expounded yesterday, and I'm sure we'll build upon them as we travel today. So without taking too much of your time, I will request Barbara, and she has a very interesting little exercise for us to do in the beginning.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for this introduce myself. When we begin to talk about craft, for me it's very important to define the concepts. What are we talking about? And for that, I want to ask you and invite you to define what is craft. And then please, if you can scan this code, we are going to use technology. We have just a second to scan this code. Yes, can you scan? Use your cell phones. Yes. Thank you. This is important. When you scan the code, there is a question there. They say, what is craft? What is craft for you? What does it mean to be a craft person today? You can send a word, 2 words, and just the first feeling, the first word that is in your mind about craft. Are you okay with the code? Not at all, but try it. But someone can share. For the other side, you can send your word, and alumna can send the word for you. You can, yes, if you want to share some word, you can just send to the other. It is important to be. You yesterday say, oh, okay, come on, ask me. Today I ask you, and I ask for this word. Okay, let me see how is the answers. Okay. This is your answers. You can see. You can send another words if you want. Identity, tradition, heritage, handmade. Created but hard. Trend, knowledge, a way of living, cultural representation, arts, expression, touch from, collaboration, community, lifeline, using hand to make, tradition, culture, creativity, skill decision, using hand to make. But, you know, the bigger one is the most representative for you on this panel, or this auditorium set. Okay. I'm gonna take that one. Heritage, handmade, identity, art, tradition. No? Maybe it's the most important thing here. Let me return to our presentation. Adaptation, And you have another word that you can share with us? Adaptation. Okay. Perfect. Sorry, but we need that kind of technological system. Then, what is craft was our question. But what does it mean today to be an artisan? And the most important question is, why does craft still exist? Because everything is against everything, all the time. Raw materials, with the climate change, we have problems for buy, from commerce, commercial problems or issue for craft, poverty, vulnerability. There's many things that are against craft for the continuity. Why there is still being artisans? When I ask the same to my community for Southern artisans in my country and in Latin America, these are the answers. And it's really interesting because it's different. Work, life, culture. In many cases also create, object, hands, shape, art. And in another zone of Latin America, the answer was there. Profession, arts. Arts and craft, feel, soul. That's the answer of the artisans in my region. Then craft is more than an object. We know that. We are talking about that for many of the of these days and those days, saying that it's more that. But it's also more than the subject. It's also, it maybe is another thing. Craft is a way of life. It's a way to understand our surroundings. Yes, craft is the way to connect with our landscape, with our territory, with our DNA. It's a symbolic language where technique, culture, and territory intertwine. Then, when we talk about craft, and this diversity of different answers are very telling, this reminds us something essential. Craft is really more than something that is handmade. And craft is a way of living, a way of working, and a way of understanding the world. This richness and complexity is the way that craft makes such a powerful mode of life and cultural expression. It's creativity. It's something that is inside us. It's something that we need to express by hand. Beyond this technical definition that in many cases we use, this is part of the South American artisans that I want to share. We always are using that kind of definition, no? UNESCO said that craft is, and UNESCO said that, and in the public policies we use the same definition for craft. And in many cases, this technical definition is not enough. And it's not enough to express the diversity of craft it is. We are talking before that there are different kind of craft. There are traditional ones, there are more artistic ones, there are different ways to express with hand and with materials our environment. If we think and we just take a minute and look what is around us, you can see your clothes, touch it. You can see the chairs, you can see this light, this building. Everything is part of the same process. A human being trying to solve problems with materials, with the territory. When you discover things through your hands, through your mind, creating, solving problems, was the first connection that we have with objects. Then, this one, sorry, it's not working. It's working? Okay. This one is not enough. And also, when we talk about craft, we talk about technology. The first revolution was pottery. You can imagine, you know that Saina is a scientist, no? At first you study science. And you can imagine how is to create this piece of pottery, understanding how to use the earth, the fire, and change the condition of our evolution. For pottery, we understand and we change our way to live. We settle. We change our way to eat things. No, we could build houses also for that. It's really a revolution. It's the first technological revolution. And then craft is the most important connection with our environment also. And in another scale, when we produce what we need, we are connected with our environment. When we overproduce, when we are all the time doing things that we never need, we disconnect ourselves with our life. That is important today to talk about living heritage. Then let me introduce this panel today, because we are going to begin with that kind of questions. And sorry, because I have the other page. Our relationship with objects and material culture had always been part of the human evolution. Through making humans learn to observe, adapt, and survive, objects have carried memory, knowledge, and identity across generations. In contemporary consumer society, we often forget this relationship. We lose awareness of the meaning, care, experience, and knowledge behind the objects that surround us. This is why craft still matters today, not only as heritage, but as living practice that connect people, memory, and knowledge. And of course, I want to introduce my wonderful panel today. I am the honor to be part of moderate this panel with these wonderful ladies that are going to be together. Let me introduce Heidi. Please, you come on. Heidi Christie. She's a global lead of May 51, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. And she's working and connecting refugees with craftsmanship, refugee craftsmanship with international markets. Thank you very much for being here and for sharing your experience today. And Shahina Menres. She's an important researcher, collector, and advocate of traditional craft, art historian, and leading authority of the Egypt traditional customs, craft, and material culture. Well, you're welcome here. And our last important guest today is Lubna Saif Abbas. You was yesterday here also. She's a maker, a passionate artist, educator, and artisanal catalyst. Lubna is co-founder of the Jadawi Collective, supporting artisans through exhibition and collaboration, and founder of several regional cultural initiatives focused on craft. Okay. This is going to be our... And I have another microphone for Vida, for myself. Okay. Let me begin. Oh, no, I have it. Don't worry. Yes, thank you. For the beginning, I know that you have a long work for a long time with craft, with arts, with objects, with material culture. And in your case, Heidi, you use craft for rebuild cultures and rebuild situations. But let me ask you, what is craft for you? What is the main thing that you can share with us, with your passion, that craft can be with you and could be your instrument for work? You can also introduce yourself and your work.
Hello? Oh. Thank you, Barbara. It's nice to be here with you all today as well. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yes, my name is Heidi Christ. I work with UNHCR. Yeah. Yes, we'll be loud.
But maybe we can talk louder then.
Yes, okay, yeah. I will talk louder. I work with UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency in Geneva, And for me, craft is many of the words that came through in that Mentimeter. But I would say if I had to pick one word through my work, it's why. I want to do also another exercise with you. I want everyone to imagine yourself for a minute and imagine your life as it is now. And you also imagine that your country is going through some turmoil. You understand, you hear the news, you know, your family is discussing it, and then one day everything changes very quickly. And you get your family, you're on your phone, you're trying to communicate with everyone to understand where everyone is, and you leave. You leave everything behind, you grab what you can, and you go, and you try different routes to get out. It's very dramatic, it's very stressful. Many things happen to you and your family along the way. You get to a refugee camp. In this case, you could be in an urban area, but you can also be in a refugee camp depending on the country that you live. And in that refugee camp, then you're registered by UNHCR, you register your children for school, you start to wait in very long lines for food, lines for water, lines for vaccinations, lines to find out information, find out where your family members are. And all of this takes your time, but of course is incredibly stressful for you. And then time passes. Days turn to months, months to years, and you realize you're still in this situation and you do not have opportunity. You don't have agency, any control over your life, and it's incredibly challenging for you. And of course, this affects your mental health and the ability that you see the world. You find a group of women that are working together. They're working together on craft. You think, okay, I remember this from my mother's, from my grandmother's. I might have been, you know, a doctor or a teacher, but I remember this craft. And you start to work together with these women. And the group is set up around psychosocial support. So it might have been women who came together in order to support one another and to help their mental health state. But the materials you receive, you don't like them. They're not materials that you are used to using. You find the colors quite ugly. You know, you're not able to produce the things that you value and that you find nice. You have absolutely no way to sell the products, but you have no money. So you're kind of making products with the idea that you will sell them, but you find them not so nice. and when missions come or groups come, they often buy the products, but it's just to help and to support. So you're a bit stuck in terms of your income. So that's one perspective. Now, I want you to imagine yourself in a different role, one that's maybe a bit more comfortable for us. Imagine it's Teacher Appreciation Day, and you're shopping for your son or your grandson's gifts for his teacher. And you're in one of the stores that you usually love, that you find, you know, really unique, interesting items. And you see a beautiful product. Maybe it's, you know, a scarf or a bracelet or a necklace. And something about it feels a bit special and different to you. And you look at the tag and you realize it's made by a refugee. And you think to yourself, I couldn't even make this, let alone a refugee living in a refugee camp millions of miles away from my reality. And then something in you changes, and you think the way you think about refugees is different. People who actually have skills more than I do, and if they had the opportunity, they could make something of themselves. And that's really what I think about craft, is it gives us that opportunity. Of course, we need the market and we need these connections, but it gives us that opportunity to offer a lifeline to people based on their heritage and things that came through their family and through their community. And that's, maybe just to wrap that up, that's what we do at Made 51. It's about creating an ecosystem of support in which refugees can use their craft skills to earn income and to create the communities in which they live. And we're also then able to use those products as a way to change perceptions of refugees to people who have talents and can make contributions.
Thank you, Heidi. I think that it's really important to understand that maybe craft could be an instrument to reconnect with your memory, with your history, and it's the first thing that you have. You have your hands full, rebuild your history, your memory, and maybe to be connected with the present and not with that kind of anything that was a really maybe was terrified in many cases, and when you can reconnect with this moment, with the thing to rebuild your memories there, and to be quiet, on silence in many cases. Do you want also to share your experience with craft or introduce yourself also with this cultural material?
You mentioned when we were talking earlier that what kind of crafts are we talking about? So I think that there's two kinds of crafts as far as I am concerned. One is traditional crafts, which is identity, and which, if we have time, I would like to comment upon. And the other one is the craftsmanship of the artists. And I think the artists are also connected to traditional crafts because they can use them as a source. And contrary to traditional crafts that for me represent identity, so different countries in the old days, different countries were producing, and the production differed from one country to another. Unfortunately now, globalization has harmed all of this because you will find the same shop in New York, in Beijing, in Cairo, and in Zanzibar, which is going to bring me to another subject that I would like to talk about, which is the problem of intellectual property and branding. But to go back to crafts, the crafts of the artist is different because artists can be inspired by crafts from different countries because artists and art are international. They have no borders. So an artist from America can be inspired by traditional arts in Zanzibar or in Cairo, and it is completely their right. So we have these two forms of arts. So this is just to answer your first question about the arts. If we have time, then I would like to talk about the problems of intellectual property and branding. But I don't want to take the floor too long.
Thank you, but we come back to the other, in the next question about that kind of issues that we have to solve now with talking about craft. And Lubna? Yes, when we talk about craft and reconnect or connect people, it is important maybe share your experience and what happened to you that you decide change your life and reconnect about your passion. And maybe, well, Kate, this is an open question. You can say whatever you want.
All right. Well, I think first of all, it's as we kind of spoke about this from yesterday, and I said that I was a crafter at a very young age, and I also think that it was the period and the time that I was born into, where those things were very prevalent. And I also think it was the environment that I was born into, and my parents. So my parents were makers, and our house was like a continuous workshop, and it was always very varied in terms of the things that we were able to do. And just as an example, in my dad's final years, he became an expert in making flies for fly fishing. So I think that dexterity of hand. Our project is called Yadawi. And the reason why I chose that word, one, is because it covers a huge landscape of Arabic and non-Arabic speakers, and I felt that it was very succinct in that. So when we talk about the reconnecting, I think that, again, my word that I put was practice. So I always tell people coming into the space with practice. And so a lot of time coming into it with that, and then it becomes a daily thing. And so what we've tried to do, and I mean, it's yes, we've been again when we were talking about the materiality today. I mean, even with the contemporary technologies, they're calling, Apple is saying it's the year of liquid glass and all that. And the glass is, again, another ancient material that I keep on being drawn back to, and particularly with beads. So when we were talking about the transfer of knowledge and what, Shahira, you mentioned, I learned about beads from an Alaskan native who happened to be a 16-year-old babysitter visiting Bloomington, Indiana. I visited those very, what we call Umberto Eco-esque locations that we have had in the United States on a Cherokee reservation and saw the Circle of Women. When I came back to Kuwait, my parents exposed me to Sedu, and I was actually visiting it when I was a child in the early in the 80s, and I was very familiar with that. And so my parents always had this reverence for things that were tactile, and wherever we traveled, the things that we brought back were always things that my father in particular. Had he would say to me, you know, as an academic, that if you don't have a craft, then you're not really living a complete life. So he always focused on that. And so the act of making is something that I think can be translated, in a way where it's not something that is separate and disparate from us. I don't go to this place. That place is within me, and I'm able to do that practice continuously. And so getting people reconnected with their hands, as a really good example, people have forgotten how to hold a pen and a pencil. So the fact that we've been losing this connection, whether it's at the craft level or at let's say a more simple, let's say a humanistic level, will allow people who are not craftsmen to have a better regard and a better appreciation. So we try to expose that a lot more through our public engagement with people who've never done anything. But I can take a torch and a little tank and go to the desert and light it up, and somebody walks by and can experience that. Or I could take a printing plate, a jelly plate, into the desert and grab some things that I've collected and show people how they can use craft to express their identity, their humanity, and their role within the context of living.
Thank you very much for share your way you understand craft. And Heidi say that it is an opportunity in many cases. No, in opportunity you lost everything, and when everything is lost, you can reconnect with something that can recreate in another way your lifestyle, in many cases your memories. No, and what happened about transmission in that cases? Because when it's a technique, it's a memory, it's a way to understand and create. What happened with transmission in these communities? Who is teaching the others? Who is trying to reconnect the technique with this new way to be in another place, with another materials, in another landscape? What happened with transmission?
It's a good question. In my case, in refugee settings, so we're working in 23 countries around the world with refugees from 17 different countries of origin, and I think around 83 different ethnicities within those countries. So you have quite a very diverse range of skills that are already coming in and histories. And I think in that setting, it of course depends on how long past the history is and how long past the heritage is, or how used it was in that setting. Sometimes it's, one master artisan who was still practicing, who then ends up teaching hundreds of women, and they teach, in a particular style, which is also quite interesting, as maybe the style from that particular village at the time when she was learning. At other times, the craft was more widespread, and so there's more of let's say, a community understanding of what that level of craft was. I think other times it's also digging a bit deeper to see what are some of those elements of craft that weren't recognized before, and once you get into then a refugee setting, you're able to then say, oh, this is something that you can use to earn income, which also, if to be frank, preserves the craft in as clear of a way as possible. And maybe one example of that is in the Thai refugee camps near the Myanmar border. So you have Cayenne refugees who are living there. And all of the children were wearing these kind of crossbody bags for their school bags. And the women who were working in the artisan group were making scarves out of a completely different kind of technique and material using a backstrap loom. And being in the refugee setting, that it was, I mean, the fabric that was used for these the crossbody school bags was really nice, and from an outside perspective, had a lot of value and more value than the scarf material itself. And so then we looked at how we could transform that, so keeping the same patterns, but into more functional items that people, would buy, which is then preserving, of course, that ability for the children to use those school bags and that memory, but just, adding a new dimension to it.
Well, thank you. And I'm going to go to Lubna and then return to Sahina. Lubna, you say that transmission is the most important thing, and you are a teacher, and you also share your secrets and techniques. And in many cases say why you want to share everything you know and continue doing the same and build a school finally, What is important for transmission to you?
That's a really interesting question, because I remember the first time that we were interviewed, and it was in our first. We started with a bead shop in Shab al Bahri called Lib Jazaz, and Lib is like seed, Jazaz is glass. And the lady, the journalist, was like, "Why are you?" We were probably one of the first focusing on let's say artisanal jewelry. We were probably one of the first people in the region who were really focused on beads in a very particular way. And so she saw the pieces, and she's like, "Why are you sharing your knowledge?" And I mean, go back to Thomas Merton, say, "No man is an island." I feel that it's. I almost have this sense of urgency every day to be able to have given someone something that they hadn't, they'd never experienced before. And so I have this, I basically, count the days and months that how much time can I give to sharing whatever it is I have, and then, of course, they can definitely build upon that. And so, again, I mean, we talk about legacy, and legacy can be a heavily loaded word, but I can definitely say, this is definitely my legacy. I'm sure my dad is like elated, because he was trying to convince me to become a teacher, and he was at Kuwait University, and I was like, I'm never going to go and teach at KU, and I was pretty, I thought I was, like I was not going to do what he did, and I used to see what he did, and I hope that some of that that passion that he has been translated, because I used to see him in action, and other teachers at Kuwait University in action, and I was in awe when I saw what he did, and I feel like somehow, some way, I'm able to do that, because it was really, he was the one, and my mom, but he was the one who allowed me as a young child coming from the Midwest, who had no experience about living in Kuwait. He allowed me to fall in love with the land and the landscape and the people and the sea and all of those things that came from it. And so I've always had this yearning to be able to reconnect, and I mean, glass is a tradition that was prevalent in the region, but to reconnect people with the act of making in ways that are very accessible. And so I hope that I have the health and the well-being to be able to do it to my last final breath. Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, it's the way of your expression.
It's I'm driven, and I definitely think it's an obsession, but it's a healthy one.
And if we talk about the legacy, I think that you was building a big legacy, a huge collection for understand the Egyptian culture and folklore. And maybe you can also return to your first opinion about the different ways of craft and the different meaning of craft. But I also want to know what is important for you to education and transmission, and how that kind of be part and build a way to understand craft through artifacts, through collective, through being a researcher, no?
Well, I have to tell you that I would like to start with my problem I have between intellectual property and branding, because in my point of view, traditional crafts were not afraid of copying, all the contrary. The tradition was based on the fact that a brilliant craftsman will produce will become an artist and produce an art, do an art protection, and then all of the lesser caliber of craftsmen will copy him. So that traditional craft from generation to generation was dynamic and changing, and this is something very important. We didn't need, in the contrary, branding and intellectual property would have killed entirely the crafts production that in our countries, in the Arab countries and in many countries of Asia, I think for millennia had produced not simply crafts, but artworks, because we have to differentiate between the brilliant craftsman that is going to be an artist and the lesser caliber. And this is, I think, something very important, because it is also this copying that guarantees the transmission of patterns from generation to generation. But in my country, I don't know if somebody can do the PowerPoint, but if not, then I will try to explain that in my country, with cultural change, the traditional craftsmen, whether they were the brilliant artists or the lesser caliber, lost their patronage. And that what had been produced by traditional arts and crafts for centuries and millennia found themselves without patronage. And the change of patronage disrupts completely the equation. And unfortunately, I think that in our countries where there was a long established tradition of crafts, it was because of the patronage, we know from historical sources that princes and elites were ordering very, very splendid production and were paying very generously for it. When cultural change occurs, everything changes. In my country, the architecture changed, the house decoration changed, the costume changed, the jewelry, the house accessories. So brilliant artists found themselves from one day to another without any kind of way of living. And they had to join masses of unskilled laborers. The lesser caliber craftsmen had to compromise and suit the new patrons that were the tourists. And this is also what I want to add, is that touristic production can bastardize and hybridize tradition. Because, for example, in my country, I'm taking as an example a brass trays. Some of the brass and copper trays had a mixture of a slight percentage of gold added to the copper alloy, so that the surface of the tray was itself extremely beautiful. And this was respected by the craftsmen, who put only two very small motifs, hardly seen on both extremities, but beautifully carved and extremely artistic. This very plain tray would have been paid very generously by the traditional patrons, because he would have recognized the quality. But the tourists will look at it and say, I will never going to pay this amount for so little work. So it is very, very important in our countries to know that the patronage and the sponsorship of elites, that traditional crafts and arts, not only crafts, grew because of this double equation: a very brilliant artist and a very enlightened customer. And this is what we lack today in the Arab world. And this is why I'm very grateful to Sadhu, to Sheikh Altaf, who initiated it, and for Sheikh Habibi, who continued it, because I think that they are sensitizing the society to the great qualities of the crafts that existed and are rehabilitating them, which is not in my case. In Egypt, I used at one time to try to promote traditional crafts. No Egyptian women will be wearing anything Egyptian. They only want the brand names of the West. And this is also the other point I would like to say, that unfortunately, we have to consider the colonial impact on our countries, and the fact that to open new markets, they had to destroy our trust in our own production. So this is something that we have now to take in consideration. And I have to tell you that throughout our history, because I'm an art historian, we syncretized, we did not globalize. Today, the superpowers, the people ruling the world are globalizing. Everybody has to be wearing the same kind of costume. If they are men, the ties that are in fashion for a year. The women have to follow the fashion. If purple is fashionable today, if the skirt has to be wide or narrow, if the hair has to be long. So everything follows a pattern imposed by Western power. And we have lost the capacity to syncretize and, at least in our case, to protect and to show the West that we syncretize. What is correct is syncretization, not globalization.
Oh, thank you very much for this. I think that, yes, thank you very much. And I think that is part of your legacy. It's part of your R&B. You are going to be working for that for many years. And I think that it's important to share that when you focus your patient, when you need to express in another way, in an artifact, will say that it's important to share that it's in an artistic practice, and you have to pay for that, and they need support for still existing. It's very important to share in this place that this is a living heritage. It needs to be alive. And when I ask why it's still being artisans and why they resist and doing craft,
Simply encouraging and rehabilitating it. In my country, this does not exist. So I think I have failed to convey the message.
Okay, thank you. Too modest, they say. And you can answer also the same and continue this inspiration about the importance to. You say that when you make a showroom in your place, everything changes. And the connection with the consumers is another way to understand craft. Maybe this is another way to add value and to reconnect people with the real value of craft, or not?
One of the things that was really important when we established the Yedewi Collective way back when, I'm going to say we started the collective in 2008, and one of the things was of course, how to. Everyone was always talking about how would they ascribe the value for their pieces. And we actually have a committee of group of friends, of people who are like-minded, and we kind of have this committee where we have these conversations. And so then, of course, you know, one of the things that we were very keen on doing was we were not, and again, and Yedewi and within the collective, we would produce. I don't produce and then put it out into the market. I don't say, okay, I'm going to, and I know it's very like, what are you doing? But we made sure there was a decision that was made where we felt like what was more important was to allow, again, I mean, we're talking in you know, business sense, that the product was not going to be the object, the product was the experience. So the focus was on exposing as many people to the process of the experience. So basically looking at that's really, okay, that's the object, let's say. And so when I make things, it wasn't contingent on someone making a purchase. And so if someone said, well, oh, that's too expensive, or things like when we were talking about describing the value, and I always say, compared to what? Or if you feel that it is too expensive, then it's okay for you to say, you know, it's not within your ability to acquire it, and that's fine. But what's happened is we've been demeaning the value of the craft, and so we say, and so they want to, you know, they want to negotiate, or they want to do those things. And so what we started doing was educating our makers and our craftsmen to sometimes take the hard road, and I've been taking the hard road left, right, and center, and I'm happy that we're doing it, because because we needed the folks who are the makers and the craftsmen to feel confident enough to author their value and to negotiate in a way, but to educate through the process. And so that's something that's been part of what we've been doing. What Yadawi does is to give people that advocacy support where they can showcase their pieces, but it's not necessary for them to, I mean, it is necessary, but not to devalue what they're doing in the process.
And Heidi, I think that the challenge for you is how to add value to the products that the community and the refugees made, because we have clear that in the case of Egyptian culture, you have an artist, and there is a really important richness of this kind of materials and goldness and many things, no? That you say that in many cases is really expensive. And the other way, we have that kind of experience that connect people with the produce, no? And the other way, when you are in another situation, when you have to also to help people to survive in many cases, how to add value in that case? And know and change the way to understand like charity, no? It is another way with dignity. When they say this product had the dignity, its creativity, it had beauty, how do you add value in that case?
It's a good question. I would maybe address it by 2 points. I think we have, at UNHCR, we have one global value chain that refugees are working at. We have one flagship initiative, and it's Made 51. It's around craft. And I think that, that just goes to the heart of the inherent identity and memory and power that craft has. UNHCR didn't choose agriculture or IT or, all of these other value chains because of that uniqueness that one person puts into their craft. So I would say that's one aspect of it. And then the other part is in terms of like adding that value, it's around creating this ecosystem of support and recognizing that in order for craft to have that value, and it needs to be sold, but that we can bring partners in who can help us to not only retain that value, translate that craft into a product that can work on today's market, and then also to be able to preserve and share that in different ways. So I think that in creating that ecosystem of support, then you're looking at all different kinds of actors that can come together that are really supporting craft and continuation of that craft. And maybe just to go also to add in that a good example would be Sheikh Habibi and her work in Egypt. So the Sadhu House came to Egypt and trained refugees from Syria, and now that craft is being passed on Sadhu weaving and how they could use that craft to earn income and really retain that heritage, but look at different translations of that craft into products that could be sold. And then, we look at retail partners who can help us to sell that to help earn income.
Thank you, Heidi. There's something, okay, clap. You can also answer if you want.
I just wanted to comment on this because there's also, as you know, Yemen, the culture of Yemen is being destroyed, and that there is also a refugee group of working in England to introduce again Yemeni women to their traditional costumes. I happen to have a collection of Yemeni costumes. It's not the best, but it is still exists, and I lend them the costume, and I think this is what you could do, and maybe what Sheikh Habibi is doing is to, for each group of immigrants, look at what is their background and try to get people to donate to you or to lend you, as I did, traditional crafts from that country that will help you selecting the raw materials as well as the techniques they need to do to, again, create a something with an identity.
Oh, thank you for that. We have maybe time for 2 questions for our audience. If you have to share something, some opinion, or ask something. Do you want it? Okay. You have another microphone? Or you can use that one. Don't worry.
Thank you. Crafts as a living heritage, but this has
Use it more.
Yes. I just want to, from my perception, summarize the 3 together. And if you're talking, you ask them about crafts. So I would see with the Made 51 opportunity, this is something that you can say label. You give opportunity. With Shahira, she is more about preserving and promoting heritage. And with Lubna, it's the practice. She is in the now. She is the practice, continuing hand work. So this is very interesting. But when we say crafts as living heritage, mostly you see all of you doing it in one way or another. This is through opportunity, giving the opportunity, encouraging or stressing the practice. And Shahira is more in preserving, documenting, and promoting. So this is the connection, and it is brilliant. I think it's very good. With Made 51, I know what Bibi was doing when she was in Egypt, and I like the way that Made 51 gave them the opportunity to teach the refugees, at the same time helped also with design, elevating the design to fit contemporary need. And then they came back to Sadu, and they have been sold, and they're selling very well, all the works. So it's again, the connection, the cooperation, the collaboration between institutions. Yes. This is very essential, and this is what I think the World Craft Forum, this is the philosophy, bringing people together, let them collaborate, and this is how things go forward. And the end is, I know Shahira has a very, very short video. Do you want to show it if we have time? Okay, fine. So, okay, good. So, excuse me.
Thank you. Maybe we can try, and then if we have another opinion, yeah. Could be, yeah. We can show in another moment also. There's another one who wants to share, and thank you very much because you're synthesized all. And this panel was really difficult because you can different approach, and the most challenging thing was just have the connection that what is living craft today, and I think that they three ladies and wonderful researchers and workers and makers also are doing that, making that alive. Okay.
No, I just wanted to respond to the statement which Shahira made, that she has failed in her mission. I don't believe so. I think she has succeeded in her mission because she's still sitting here and talking to us about the experience which she had, and also the fact that she took a very interesting position that the master craftsmen who were really having the ultimate skills in that particular area, what we call as couturier, for example, in fashion, they were never afraid of imitation or copying. This is a very important statement. And this is something which we need to really think deeper, and how some of the master craftsmen had so much of confidence in their work, it stood out, and people branded it themselves, that is so-and-so's work. And obviously we are living in different times. So that was value addition. Now we are looking at an age where we are looking at value creation in a new context. That is where probably you need to just reevaluate your own contributions, because you have made people think that there is a need for looking at traditional crafts, evolving crafts, living crafts, and the modern interpretations of crafts, and taking the spirit of craft to another level, like Issey Miyake has done, or Kenya Hara has done in Muji. These are examples which shows that craft is not an object. It is about the spirit and the philosophy in which you can then transcend the limits of that physicality to another level altogether. Make billion-dollar business out of that spirit. So I appreciate that. I don't want Madam Shahira to go with the spirit that she has failed. Not at all. World Craft Council stands with you. Yeah.
Yes, of course. You have another. No, wait. Just a second.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on Dr. Koshi's comment. and something that Mrs. Shahira has, Dr. Shahira has mentioned, which is also very important. It goes in line with Her Excellency Sheikh Altaf, where you mentioned that very important that we get the documentation of our crafts. This is also, and this is what Beit Sadu, as you have said, has achieved while it is absent in Egypt. So this is a very important point to play on, to continue, which is to ensure the documentation. World Craft Council International is here to save national heritage and the handicrafts, and we can be of great support to help and assist in Egypt on how to be able to document and get back people interested from tourism direction to your own national heritage. And so I just wanted to add on the point of documentation.
Thank you very much. And we have to conclude this panel, but it's important, I think, that maybe you can think in your final words, and what is your final thought, if you want to share for conclude, what is a living heritage today, in your opinion?
I'll be short. I think living heritage is about connection. So it's about using craft and something beautiful and something that someone has made in one place and connecting that with someone in another place who can then understand more about the world and more about the person who has made that product. And hopefully it helps to shrink our world and increase global understanding.
Thank you. And Shaina?
I think it is about pride in our identity, as well as I say, syncretization, accepting the other and the symbols of the others.
Thank you very much.
I would say the most
You can.
the whole idea, I think, is continuity of all of the things that have been expressed. The context are that are able to encourage people, whether it is in the most critical living situations, as you've so aptly described, and for those of us to understand that the concept of globalization is definitely a path that I think we really all need to reconsider deeply, and that the formula of how we are able to live meaningful lives with enough to sustain ourselves and to live fulfilled lives really needs to be reconsidered. So what does that mean? So the economic distribution of those things needs to be deeply reconsidered and deeply realigned.
Thank you very much. I think that you have the privilege to have this opportunity to share with this gorgeous panelists. Thank you very much, and we continue with the other ones, and stay here because we have
Thank you,
too
thank
much.
you, thank you, panel. That was an extremely exciting way to start the day. Thank you, Barbara, so much. And I think we couldn't have asked for a better start. And that start can only be topped by one more very piece of good news that I have to share with everyone. And which is that WCC and the China Arts and Crafts Association are going to be in front of you signing a LOI this morning, which is going to ultimately then convert into an MOU and augurs a brilliant start to what promises to be an exceedingly exciting, fulfilling, and long association. And this is the first of its kind in many ways, and therefore it is historic. And I'm so glad that this historic signing is happening in Kuwait, because I think there could have been no better place in which we would have done this. So I'm going to request Mr. Saad Al-Kadumi, President of World Craft Council, and Dr. Azou Zinachu, who is the President of CACA, to please come on stage for the signing. Dr. Zhu. So, Dr. Zhu is also now the regional director for Worldcraft Council for Asia, and we are really excited by the association of China with the Worldcraft Council. I think just sit across one table so that you can sign on that. Yeah. So we'll quickly move into the next panel. Crafting the future, technology, ethics, and digital transition. We've been hearing bits of this across all the various panels. We are living it in every sort of element of our life. And obviously, crafts cannot be ignored. As far as technology is concerned, it is bound to impinge if we allow it to impinge, or it's bound to inspire if we allow it to inspire. Before I start my opening, I would like to invite the three panelists to come up on stage and join me. So, Dr. Zhu, you will have to come up on stage again, please. As I mentioned, he's the president of the China Arts and Crafts Association, and also the chairman of the China Machinery Industry Federation. He's a double PhD and a visiting professor. When we talk of technology, we obviously have to have China in there, so we are so happy that you are here. My second panelist is Mr. Sahel Aliari. He's an architect and an artist, an interesting combination. He's from Jordan and founder of the architectural firm, which bears his name. He studied architecture and fine arts at the Rhode Island School of Design, completed a master's of architecture in urban design at Harvard University, and pursued postgraduate work at the University of Venice, where he also taught. He has, in his own field, been marrying tradition and modernity and technology in many ways, and we thought that it would be an interesting experience to learn from some other creative industries and how they have managed to sort of keep a pace with the movement in technology. Our third panelist is Abhishek Kumar from India. He is he's a social media and technology professional, has worked and been associated with Google, Microsoft, and many other organizations. And again, when we're talking about technology, we can't keep all these companies away from us. And that's why, Abhishek, we are relying on you to educate us on what is technology and what is it that it can do for craft. I had also requested, I saw him a little earlier, Marcus here? Okay, so Marcus, whom you all saw yesterday on a panel, is an IP specialist, and although he's not on the panel, but I did request him, please be in the audience, because there might be many questions and issues that come up on IP, which we may or may not be able to answer, and we would rely on his expertise to do so. So without further ado, let me just give a little opening, because we all have different understandings of technology. And we all have different understandings of how technology is sort of weaving itself with craft. And I thought that it would be nice to be able to put that in a little bit of a perspective. So how do crafts enter the digital future without losing their soul? And that is really what I felt is the big question before us. We want to embrace technology, we want to embrace the future, but at the same time, we don't want to lose our soul. Technology today is often spoken about as inevitable. AI will expand, platforms will scale, digitization will accelerate. But crafts remind us of one essential truth. Technology is never neutral in craft. Craft is not just output, it is lineage. It is tacit knowledge carried on by hands. It is memory, identity, and community consent embedded in process, as we discussed in the earlier panel today. So the real issue before us is not whether crafts should engage with technology, because I think that is reasonably inevitable, but on whose terms, with what safeguards, and for whose benefit. And this, I think, is a question that we should all be asking ourselves. For centuries, craft has been framed primarily as heritage, something to preserve. And as we saw in some of the panels yesterday, that very notion is being questioned, that is it something to preserve or something that should evolve? Today, the definition is expanding. Craft is now a driver of innovation, a generator of livelihoods, and a central pillar of the creative economy approaching $1 trillion global market. Consumers across the world are seeking meaning, authenticity, and responsibility, and they are willing to pay for it. But this shift also carries risk. The challenge is ensuring that artisans are not reduced to content providers, while platforms, algorithms, and intermediaries capture the value. The panel is about agency, heritage that actively shapes contemporary markets rather than being extracted by them. You know, while working on this subject, I learned a new word. And maybe for many of you it is a familiar word, but it was definitely a new word for me. Dr. Koshi, I'm sure you know this word, ersatz. And ersatz, for those of you like me who may not have heard of it before, is a very relevant word when it comes to technology and craft. It basically means cheap imitation. You know, so the question really is, should technology be seen as an enabler and not as something that creates cheap imitations? Now, across regions, we see technology supporting craft in many powerful ways. Digital documentation, preserving fragile technologies, techniques and oral histories, CAD tools enabling experimentation and reducing waste, e-commerce opening global markets for rural artisans, blockchain supporting authenticity and traceability, and AI material science extending technical possibilities. One of the examples was shared by Sumesh yesterday in terms of that steel wire and how it opens up distinct possibilities. And there are some other examples which I thought I would quickly share with you so that when we talk about technology, we see what all it is really encompassing. There is, in India, traditional weaving techniques are being reimagined through 3D weaving software and smart looms. In Mexico, Oaxacan, whatever it's called, artisans are not only reviving natural dyes, but also combining them with digital color mapping tools. And this enables them to reach out to European and other markets and truly define what is the shade that they're looking for. So blue is no longer blue. In West Africa, the iconic Kenti motifs of Ghana are being digitized, appearing in contemporary fashion, digital art, and even NFT-based cultural platforms. In Europe, ceramists are using AI and 3D printing to extend centuries-old porcelain traditions. In Japan, some lacquerware workshops are experimenting with nanotechnology for durability. Japanese nanotechnology in lacquerware enhances not just durability, but incorporates various advanced techniques that enables the product to be much more enduring and not lose color and so on and so forth. And in Scandinavia, they're even sort of having technology that is sensitive to the environment, and the color changes depending on the temperature rising, temperature falling, and so on and so forth. So there are many such examples. And really, it is really all this that technology today is embracing. But there are, this panel brings, three interesting forces that are shaping this digital transformation, which is visibility versus vulnerability. Unprecedented reach brings exposure to copying, appropriation, loss of control. Design circulates faster than consent. Innovation versus extraction. Technology enables collaboration, but also cultural extraction, heritage mimed for value without reciprocity. And of course, there is the question of excess versus control. And at the very center of this debate is really the question of ethics. Consent. Who gives permission for digitization? Attribution. Who controls future use of craft technology? Fair compensation. Who benefits economically from this digital transition? And of course, cultural accountability. Who bears risk if something goes wrong? Today, even more important is really the issue of governance, because good intentions are not enough. There have to be rules, regulations, etc., in place to enable these ethical questions to be addressed. And accessibility, of course, is the key, because again, if we're talking about technology, then we're also talking about some people gaining more than others. So how do we make it, technology and the benefits and the fruits of technology accessible to a wider section of people? We have three complementary perspectives on this panel, which is what will hopefully make the panel interesting. Dr. Zhu will perhaps offer institutional and policy-driven perspectives on deploying technology at scale for documentation, protection, and dissemination, while managing authenticity. Mr. Sahil Alihari brings an applied practitioner's lens, working at the intersection of design, storytelling, entrepreneurship, and market engagement rooted in tradition. And Mr. Abhishek Kumar contributes a digital entrepreneurship perspective, translating platforms, algorithms, and data-driven growth into practical artisan-centered strategies. Technology should be seen as a steward and not a substitute. It must support transmission, it must help amplify voices, it must enhance visibility, and of course, strengthen communities. And why this panel really matters beyond this room is because these discussions inform policy, influence institutional practice, and shape how future technologies engage with living heritage. And if crafts are to thrive in a digital world, that future must be governed with intention, not just left entirely to market forces or algorithms. So with that, I would like to quickly move into our panel and begin by putting them on the spot. Dr. Zhu, I would like to start with you, if I may. And China has, of course, invested heavily in digitizing, scaling traditional crafts, as we see, through institutional platforms in terms of outreach as well as other means. Can you share with us that what is really being done and how do you guard against ensuring authenticity?
So, thanks for the moderator give me the topics.
But you're free to make an opening statement before coming to my question.
Okay. I just hear about the last the panel, the panelist. So got a lot of the information. I think it's almost a lesson, but I don't know how can I to the answer your the question is correct or not. So, but for China, I understand the Chinese the situations. I just want to the chance to introduce some Chinese the situations about. So our the discussion the panel is about the digital the transitions and the artificial intelligence is meaningful as a very impact of our industries. I am the president of the Chinese Art Works Associations. I always in a lot of chance to talk to our artisans and so the artisans, the peoples which try to learn more, try to catch up now the situations, the society, the big. I'm very for the topic for our forum. So before I answer the questions, I want to introduce the Chinese artworks, the situations. So the Chinese character of the Chinese arts and crafts. So some of the firstly, they have a long history. We know so since over the 2,000 years. So and the secondly, they have widely distributed through the China over so the 9.6 million square kilometers, and covering the 34 provinces. And thirdly, there are the widely variety the arts and the crafts in China, divided into the 11 major categories and the 65 middle sized categories, and also the totally the 1,881 the sub-categories. So the first, the characteristic is historically it has the significant impact on the Chinese economy. So before we haven't any industries except the artworks like commodities and the daily necessities. So artworks all come from the Chinese arts and the crafts. So at that time, so we called them the craftsmen and the artisans. So in the past, so there are many peoples engaged in the industry in China. However, after the 1950s, the craftsmen and the artisans gradually disappeared. we collectively refer to them as the artisans or arts and crafts workers. It depends on the way, the method of the work. So what the current scale of the contribution of this industry, so the direct production value of arts and the crafts is 150 billion US dollars. Total of them together is 200 billion US dollars. So the number of the people engaged in this industry is about 13 million. And also we put them together, people upstream and the downstream industries, nearly 200 million. So it's a difference with other countries. Additional characteristic is that there are the masters artisans. We have both China national masters and province masters. Of Chinese masters, we have the 400. We evaluate 640 people. Now we still have the 400. For the evaluate the more than the 7,000 people. So for the province, the masters. Okay. So the masters who have their own studios, students, and factories. So now the digital transition and the AI intelligence manufacture have begun to enter the China arts and the crafts industries. So example, we have, so China has applied this new modern technology to our data and historical preservations. So the arts and the crafts industries in China has reached the content. So now, for my associations, we have to start combining the China arts and the crafts encyclopedia throughout the country. We took too long? Maybe
No, it's fine.
It's fine?
Yeah.
Not finished yet. Continue, huh? Or let's the other. Sure.
Okay, we can move on and then come back to you.
Yeah, we come back.
So, the microphone. Your opening remarks, please, sir.
Well, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the organizers of this event. Of course, I am an architect, and in my practice, craft is something that permeates the practice, and not in only one kind of discipline, but in several disciplines. My particular interest in architecture is one that allows this idea of human temperament to kind of manifest itself in the production of space and architecture. So when we speak of technology and softwares, yes, we use them, but up to a certain extent. But the actual crafting of a building is typically, in my practice, finished by artisans. And we have been experimenting a lot with the kind of taking one kind of, for example, a master mason, but dealing with another material. So in my practice, different artisans do things they're not meant to do. And this is an experimental part of the projects we do. However, to address really the topic that we have here, I think what is important is to understand craft as something that is engaged with multiple forces and that had started traditionally, of course, and if you look at it in this kind of perennial philosophy, that it always tried to capture something, some kind of essential truth, and to express itself culturally and collectively. And therefore, there's this idea of anonymity. There is, if you look at, for example, Islamic art, it is very, very rare that we see kind of names that appear. The characters of, and this idea of the persona or authorship is always folded into these objects because they come from really a much more spiritual kind of position than, than what we have today, which is the kind of the culture of celebrity. And so when we talk about craft, I always look at that and try to capture that and encapsulate it in the work we do in a contemporary way. Now, another thing I would like to talk about is there has been a discussion excuse me, over and over that I've heard in other panels about this idea of how to make craft sort of a contemporary thing. And the question maybe has to be reframed is how to kind of reinvigorate the contemporary with craft, because the previous panel, and I completely agree, we live in this sort of desert of sameness, right? And of cultural dilution, where people no longer express their identities, but the identities of imported figures and characters and forces as well. So there is all of this sort of mess, and then in this mess we have to think of what technology is doing. And what technology is doing right now is creating a further flattening of crafts. And I think this is where this awareness, where we can come up with something promising, where we can use technology in a way to... Yeah.
Just to react to that, so how do you see that people can address that?
I think through education. I think through education is the only hope, really, because when you look at what students are being taught in the universities, and I talk about architecture, and they only know about the last decade of architectural production, and limited to a certain geography, and always concentrated on modernity. And, when some students come and train in my office, the first thing I give them is the plans of El-Karnak in Egypt, and I tell them copy it, right? And first they have this glazed look, that's a solid example. And then once they start to kind of try to reproduce the proportional systems that are embedded in the floor plan, and here this is another type of craft, right? And once they try to reproduce that, a year or two after, and when I see the work, I see it, but distilled and done in a completely different way. And that's, I think, this is the idea exactly of transmission that we were talking about. It's not form, but it's the philosophy, it's the essences of things, rather.
The soul.
Yeah, the soul.
Abhishek, would you like to give us your views on this subject and from your perspective?
Thank you so much. My discussion would be, hovering around digital, digital. How we can, use this aspect of the business to help grow more, craft and making, how we can record or capture the originality, document it without losing the originality, and preserve it for the further generation. So what is happening in today's current scenario that anybody and everybody is taking some or the other craft and infusing some of his or her thought and AI designs into that. And to preserve that, there is a technology called blockchain, which has like time stamping and so on. So once, let's suppose sadhu weaving. So example of sadhu weaving, if we, use blockchain and capture the original weaving pattern with the what you say, the pattern, the technique, and everything. So it is time stamped, and that passes on further to the next generation without any dilution. So my discussion would be hovering around that. Thank you.
Okay, coming back to you,
it's my
Dr.
turn,
Zhu.
huh?
Yeah, your turn. So,
Let me continually to introduce the Chinese encyclopedias. Encyclopedias, every country has, I think so. But I just want to address the digitalizations, and so the AI is very important and impact the industries. It's very huge, the work, because the Chinese arts and crafts encyclopedias has been, since the launched, compilations, the work is divided more than the 200 volumes. And in the 34 provinces in China, totally the 60 million words. So not only the words, because we have to buy the digital and some of the part of the AI to work. The fourth one is to protect the inherit, the resources and art and the crafts. So especially the endangered the technologies by using the high definition, the images and the videos, and the scan and the establish, the Limbo, the digital archive systems. So the second, so we can supply to the school and the researchers and the students. So for some people as a reference to to use the information. The third is to enhance the services of the public, the culture, and especially the open digital resources. It's very important. The fourth, so easy to take to travel. Like I come to the Kuwait, I cannot bring the 200 books for the Chairman said. I can give him a disk and the chips, so everything. So it's not easy for us. Many technology. So like the blockchain, and so we need to traceable, and also the trustees of the peoples. The money is problem. For the Chinese government, so invest some money, but it's not enough. So we have to fundraise, form the societies, our membership, and also branch the association in the whole countries. I just want to introduce how with the protections, so to keep our by the digitalizations, so for the work. I hope it's useful for our friends, and also want to communicate, so our experience, and also we work maybe not only for the countries, the whole world encyclopedias. We have to work by the new technology.
So there's an interesting point you make, Dr. Zhu, which is that often people fear, and I had it in my opening remarks, that technology and digitization will create a greater divide between the digital have-nots and the digital haves. But the interesting point that you make is that actually it is a great equalizer, because it enables access to a larger number of people, and it's more democratizing than not having it at all. Abhishek, do you agree with that? Yeah?
Yesterday, in yesterday's panel, there was a discussion about livelihood and everything. And at the end of the day, we need money to, survive and do anything, even to educate our children food. So whatever craft, whether whatever country, they need money, end of the day. Now the question comes, can the digitization save the originality? And while saving that, can they, populate the, reach?
Make it
So,
more accessible to a
make
greater-
it more accessible. So that's where blockchain comes into the picture. Blockchain preserves and safeguards the originality, and the person gets the kind of authenticity certificate that who's the person who made this, how much time it took, what is the process, was this ever sold to somebody else, the whole lineage basically. So the person who gets all this details, the person would appreciate and pay more. So end of the day, the whole ecosystem grows. So of course, that supports.
So the point is that if it becomes more accessible to people, now knowledge can be transmitted. How can technology be used to transmit skill?
See, skill can be transmitted only by practice. Like I gave the example of sadhu weaving, right? Similarly, in India, we have a craft called camel belt braiding. There's only one person who's practicing that. He's from NID, Errol Pyers Nelson. We had a project for that. We struggled for months and months to get people to, practice that. One person cannot travel across the globe. So let's assume we, we document that practice, that how much time, what material he uses, the quality of material, then what the weaving technique is, what technique he uses to make, suppose, a belt, or he has a seamless garment in which there is no cut and sew. So these kind of things can be, documented using 4-dimensional sort of thing and be preserved in blockchain. So that's like forever and can be accessed from any part of the world. Suppose 10,000 people sees that, probably 10 would practice. Out of 10, 2 or 3 or maybe all 10 of them becomes a master. Then that populates. So yes, marriage of both is very much needed.
There's a very interesting point you made, Sahil, and I want to sort of probe on that a little more with your permission, which is that rather than contemporizing crafts, it is important to put craft into contemporary designs and products. That's a very interesting way to look at it, because we always think, okay, how do we make crafts more contemporary? Instead of that, we should look at how do we make more contemporary things craft-like, Can you give some examples?
Exactly, but I'd like to address what they said before. I completely agree that digital technology is essential for documentation, and most likely AI will be able to help sort of reconstruct certain lost techniques and kind of solve certain things that have to do with material science and so on. I do believe that, and we spoke about this last night. However, what really concerns me is the content. What content are we providing, and will it really be kind of accessible to all, right? I mean, this is, in wishful thinking, that would happen. So I just wanted to raise that question, and maybe we can address that later. But to address what you were saying, I think the contemporary, the whole idea of the contemporary culture, it's really such a malaise, in my opinion, that that everything has to be kind of watered down into this contemporary feel. And by doing so, basically, what happens is that there are centuries of knowledge and of history of making that become completely flattened to be able to kind of become more trendy and fashionable and accessible to the public. I think if you had kind of a better awareness of where crafts come from and what do they actually mean and what are the techniques and so on, and how that can be sort of a force that actually revitalizes contemporary design, that might be kind of like the savior of this idea of sameness that you see everywhere. And I don't mean only kind of taking cultural forms and applying them like wallpaper onto things, onto contemporary things. I find that really quite terrible in my opinion. I think it's really about the essence of things, the technique, the quality. How do you achieve quality that is not that doesn't look as if it's done by a CNC machine, let's say.
Right, right.
Do you know what I'm saying? And how do you get colors or glazes, for example, that are, they don't look like color by numbers? So in education, I think there is a great possibility of understanding, let's say, what is the philosophy of Japanese color combinations? What is the philosophy of Chinese traditional glazing, which involve a lot of grinding and material collection and all of that? So I think this is where contemporary culture can benefit from craft and not the other way around.
Yeah, so instead of, as you said, flattening and simplifying craft, let us look at other forms of visual manifestations which can be enriched with craft. I think that's an important. And coming back to you, Dr. Zhu, in China, everything happens to scale, right? I mean, you do a lot of things in big ways. So what are some of the future plans that you would have on how to integrate technology with craft? Are there any thinking in this direction, or are there certain steps being taken in this direction?
So one of the important things, so the digitalizations, the technology and technology used to our producings. For now, in China, there is the city is Quanzhou, some of the county. So like the stone cutting, and traveling to the production is traveling to the whole world. So now the stone, initially, the produced by the cutting machine, the machine tools, the cutting. So now it's by the rubbers and rubbed hand. So, and then, for the finished work by the masters. So the rubbers cannot replace the masters now because there's the works. So there is the masters, the ideas. So, and even is vary the core parts and vary the technique, the parts only by the people. But so in the futures, probably the AI, they can learn the 100 times, 1,000 times. Probably they can copy the people's, the masters, they are the ideas. So the first, the design and so the productions, we have to use the modern technology. But the second, so the IP rights, intellectual property, the rights, so the ownership rights, also by protection by the law and by the cultures is very important. So now WCC is very important because the people's only for the masters or only the one factories, so the artisans, they protect themselves. It's not easy for the WCC, the organizations across the countries to protect. So by the arbitrations or by the lawsuit. So in China also is the same. So now we have the functions for our associations. So the first, we have a lot of the friends. Is the Chinese craftsmen, they want to go other cities, other countries. I can introduce them to there. So, I know the Saad. You want to go to the Kuwait? So I can introduce some of the peoples to you, easy. And the second, so we have the knowledge, and we have a lot of the people's the networks for the protection them by law and arbitration by some of the ICC China, and hold the ICC, the networks. So that means we work together. So cooperation is very important. I still have one word I want to say, but save the time.
So almost in every other field also where technology is impinging, we are having issues of governance, we're having issues of ethics, we are having issues of how it should be managed and monitored. And I think crafts will be no different from that going forward. I think we are just at the beginning of what is going to be happening. Marcus, I'm going to do a little thing different, and I'm going to actually ask a question from the audience rather than the audience asking us a question. We want to use your knowledge, talk about how this whole the debate of ethics and IP, etc., and how within the context of crafts and technology, how do you see it? If you can, 2 minutes, share some thoughts with us.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Now, this is obviously not an easy question. And what I can say is that we are still at the very start of considering these particular aspects of new technologies. You mentioning ethics, in particular. And I think what the elephant in the room here is the question, with all these new AI technologies, do they, and if yes, to what extent will they replace the human being? What we have been observing so far is that in our member states, when it comes to questions of intellectual property, where a lot of what is happening is still human-centric, thinking of the author in the area of copyright, for example. And you can imagine in the area of craft, it's the craft person, the craftsman or the craft lady, that this, for the near future, will not change. Our current position is that our intellectual property remains human-centric. And what we see in our member states, in an area where the question has actually been considered even by courts of law, is the area of patents, where in practically all countries, in order to grant a patent to an invention, the patent application has to name the inventor. And there has been a case, has been tried, that the named inventor was not a human, but a machine. And so far, universally, patents have been refused. The grant of patents has been refused to machines. And we do see similar tendencies in the area of copyright, for example, where the author is a human person. And although there is, a plethora of AI-generated content nowadays, so there's a big debate going on in that area, and I only can speak, obviously, for intellectual property. But we see that in a larger context also in the area of governance and administration. And again, to make the connection to intellectual property, on the one hand, you have the creator, the author, the inventor. But on the other hand, very often you have the administration that has to make a decision whether or not, for example, an invention merits a patent. Now the question is, who's making that decision? And again, for the time being, the final decision, and it has been confirmed by all of the patent officers of member states, the final decision is human, although it is being assisted nowadays by all forms of technological means. So in other words, to carry out a research, for example, or to determine whether a particular invention is new, has already been published before, or is inventive, is computer assisted. But the final decision, yes or no, is still human-centric. So, but this is, I'm talking about the situation early 2026, right? This is a rapid development, and I think it goes far beyond the area of intellectual property. We see that in all areas of life.
Absolutely.
Medicine, health, general administration, etc. And we will probably need to see what's coming there.
I think with many such debates with technology these days, I'm afraid we probably have more questions than we have answers at this stage in the evolution of technology. But I think one thing is very clear, and I think many of the panelists also agreed on that, basically technology should really be there to serve craft and not reshape craft. And we should look at how we can reshape other things in the image of craft, as it were. Also, digital tools, like you mentioned, can extend visibility, markets, and transmission, making them much more sort of holistic and democratized, but only when guided by ethics, consent, and cultural accountability. I think these are important governing forces that should guide whatever policy and governance tools that are created. And ownership must remain with the artisans and not be transmitted to a machine, as you rightly pointed out, and with the communities where these crafts originate. Scale must not erode authenticity, and I think China is a good example of trying to safeguard against that. And institutions must actively govern digital transition and not leave it to the platforms and market forces alone to govern those, because that is likely to distort the whole scenario. Technology should strengthen embodied skills through transmission of knowledge and digitization, and cultural dignity should remain, and none of this should be replaced by machines. So a collective commitment, therefore, should be to ensure that digital transformation becomes a steward of living heritage and not a force of extraction and exploitation. So with that, I would like to bring this panel to a close and thank my panelists for giving us a lot of interesting information and food for thought. Thank you so much. So maybe a 5-minute break before we go to the next panel. We've had back-to-back rather intensive. Thank you, Dr. Su.
to talk about it. But before that, I'm going to bring you through a little bit about what is that about the cultural fashion and sustainability that we will be focusing on. Because when we talk about sustainability, sustainable, we know that it goes with the climate change and it goes with the environmental friendly and everything. But in this session, we're going to go deeper and discovering a lot more scopes into discussion, and then our great panels will be highlighting on that. So for that, as I was saying, before this, we were talking about the organic cotton, recycled fibers, and low impact dyes. But what we must consider is about how we make that, and then by whom. We're touching more about the community aspects, about the impact towards the socio-economic and everything. And then at what cost to people, cultural, and ecosystems does it takes? And the central question that we're going to talk about today is, what would sustainable fashion look like if crafts and artisans were at its center, not at the margin? Because through here, this has been prescribed by the team before, where craft as a system, where we'll talk about the low energy production, cultural design, knowledge transmission, longevity, and responsible sourcing. And after that, sustainable as human dignity, like who controls the design? In the previous session, we have one architect from Jordan who are actually talking a bit about the design and then the impact of what design could actually bring forward into impacting the artisans and the community who are actually producing the craft. And who captures value and who get the profit. This is the most important thing. Because I'm coming from a third generation of batik maker, as has been prescribed by Mr. Sundip before, and I have seen how the industry was treated. I'm an architect by profession, but I didn't pursue architectural. And I saw from my grandfather down to my uncles, and then now I'm actually trying to bridge the gap between the makers and the consumers. So these are the things that we want to share, listening to the panels, and then also I can also get a little bit of input, and hopefully we will be able to come up with some good recommendation that we can actually bring forward for the next discussion, as at least we get the conversation going. And then who carries risk and the precarity? Okay, and then this is the point that is quite harsh to see, but again, we have to talk about it, where the garment cannot be called sustainable if the artisan remains invisible. That's number one. We talk about labels. I have my own label, and then we have a lot of big labels who are actually, people pay a high price for that label, but who created that, or who designed it, and who produced that? So those are the conversations that we need to get going, and the cultural knowledge is appropriated. We have a lot of this, something inspired by. In my version, where I am in batik business, we have the imitate version of batik, where they're actually producing it digitally or printed it, but from the motif of batik, which has already created confusion among the people or among the consumers, where they thought that batik is the design, whereas it's actually on the process. So we're going to discover more about that. And then the craft labor is underpaid in the name of heritage. So being the label of love, and then we have this sweatshop matter of article are among the few things that we are going to discuss. And then the platforms and collaboration, where the procurement pathways, artisan-led branding, skilled investment, and inclusive standards will all be highlighted among the three panels. Okay, and then scaling with integrity, about the incomes, about the networks, about the respect limits, and the value-based growth, and the scale impacts, which some of our panels has already highlighted that, which we're going to discuss about that later. And then I would like to call upon our three beautiful panels. First is Ms. Maha Ghanim Al-Sulaiti from Qatar. Please. and she is the head of institutional and cultural platform for craft-based fashion. Later on, I will give them the mic for them to introduce themselves. And the second one is Dr. Harita Kapoor from New Zealand, Indigenous and Community-led Sustainability Approach. And the last one is Dr. Sonika Kar from India, the Craft Livelihood, Women-led Enterprises and Policy Integration. And the main three focus that we're going to talk about today is about the redefining sustainability, which, you know, as I was mentioning before about what sustainability was and how it is prescribed after this. And the second one is about the building partnerships, what kinds of partners and what are needed to make things, to make the shift real. And the third one is about the co-author of the future, where the artisan stands in and whatnot. Okay, so we'll go to that. All right, so welcome everyone. So we have three beautiful panels here. I'm the only thorn here. And first and foremost, I would like to get every one of you to introduce yourself. Ms. Maha, you can start that.
Thank you so much for having me here. So I'm the director of M7, which is a creative hub established under Her Excellency Sheikh Al-Mayasa bint Hamad Al Thani, who is the chairperson of Qatar Museums, and the leader in transforming the cultural scene in Doha. M7 was established to be the driver of the creative economy in Qatar. We have two main arms. We have our programming, which is basically an incubator. We work from working with students and young children up until emerging established designers in the fashion industry. We provide various programming in that aspect. And the other arm is our exhibitions program, which is a museum standard exhibitions that we host in the design industry. And it's we work with international designers as well as focus on our regional designers as well. The main, I think what's important is to understand what we bring to the fashion industry in the region. And there's a lot of questions, and I think we were established in 2021, and there's a lot of I would say organic growth and change, and I think we were evolving in terms of understanding how to support our emerging designers. And our focus is really regional as well, so we don't only focus on local designers, but from Morocco to the GCC.
Perfect. And then you are actually one of the good representatives from fashion, because talking about this topic, and we would like to highlight about the future of fashion and future. We know that fashion has a great future, but what if it is craft to be included in it? And how do we, how is the treatment about that? Because we need to make sure that things are actually leveled up so that the artisan, the first maker, are actually making a good income. So we'll get back to that. And then we go to the second one, Dr. Harita. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would first like to thank Mr. Saad for inviting me here, and Dr. Dali Koshi and the wider Worldcraft team. It's such a pleasure to be here. Just to give a little background of where I am from, I've got almost, I would say, 31 years of experience, right from industry into the craft space, as well as education. So in my earlier capacity, I was the founding director of Artisans Cottage, where I was working at the grassroots with craftspeople. I had my own craft and design store, and the idea of that was connecting design and craft. And my research has actually been around design and craft collaborations and how that is an important aspect for bringing in sustainability both for the design sector as well as creating sustainable livelihoods and supporting the craft ecosystem. Now this has actually extended, my research has extended into academics. So I'm currently working in the capacity of a lecturer at Whitecliffe College of Art and Design in Auckland. And one of the things that I have been actually very interested in the education space is building in cultural sustainability and indigenous knowledge systems into the education space. What happened in 2022 was we redesigned our Bachelor of Sustainable Fashion Design degree structure to embed courses such as Earth-Centered Design and Cultural Sustainability and Earth-Centered Design thinking into the curriculum, with a focus that the education space, especially in the fashion space, I would say there is a complete disconnect of the current generation with people, with the planet, and of course their own cultures. And that's the space that I'm currently researching on, and the impact and the shift in thinking that can come about through this. And I feel education is very important in creating that awareness and that sensitivity towards craft and design.
Thank you, meaning that the awareness about the future of our heritage and craft will actually be inserted since the very beginning. And then you were talking about the social enterprise model that we would like to know more about that in the in our conversation later. But please,
thank you,
Dr. Sonita.
Very good afternoon to everyone present over here. And once again, I would like to thank everyone for having me here. I'll just briefly talk about myself so that I can set up the context for the panel today. So I am actually into education since last 24, 25 years. I've done my PhD, which is based on design process. So actually I tried and identified different types of fashion industries in India. And I have sort of devised a toolkit which can be used as a teaching methodology when it comes to classroom teaching. And under that research, I've also touched upon a design process which is followed by the artisans. So that's also part of my research. Presently, I'm working as an associate professor at Symbiosis Institute of Design in Pune, India. And if I talk about the life of a lecturer or a professor, it stretches between what you teach and what you practice. So my primarily I'm teaching things like product diversification, design process, and my practice is actually based on sustainability. So I look into most of the aspects, that is where I started from. And presently I'm working on an upcycling project where I'm using the pre-loved denim. I'm just using this jargon because that is the new evolved terminology. So I'm using pre-loved denims and I'm trying to use indigenous method of pattern making, which is a craft, but it is actually lost. It was based on zero waste pattern making, and I'm integrating visible mending using kanthas, which is again an example of sustainable craft. So this is my practice, but to build in the context for this panel, I want to talk about how design institutes are there as one of the stakeholders, how they play a very important role in building up future designers who are more sensitized towards towards crafts and craft people, because I feel we are part of different stakeholders. We can't be isolated from each other. So I just want to talk about one practice, which is actually a very common practice in most of the design institutes in India. So we send mostly in third semester or fourth semester, we send our students, whether they are from any design discipline, whether it is a product design, communication design, or maybe film and video design. So we send in our college, we send around 200 students to different craft clusters. And this internship is for 3 weeks. And they're supposed to observe the crafts, learn the crafts, the lifestyle, how artisans live, how do they sell their product, all the aspects of it. So the guidelines are given to them. And they come back and based on whatever kind of problem they found, or they are supposed to find out a solution. It can be very simple, like a branding thing, which I mentioned yesterday also, or maybe some kind of product development. So
the entire 200 students are supposed to work on some or the other projects. And this actually get culminated into an event, which is a craft-based event. And these artisans are also called in the same confluence. And students, like young designers, I would say, the academicians and the artisans come together and have these 3-day sessions where they talk, see each other, learn from each other. So I'm mentioning it because that's a small part of the curriculum and we have to do it. But I would like to state here the conversion of it. So when they do this course in the second year, and some of them, say maybe 30 students or 40 students, would like to use a certain level of craft in their final projects. So that is where I think it's very important for us as tutors to sensitize this young generation.
And the students from the 200 up to down to 30, are they from which faculty are they, or?
So they belong to all the design disciplines, like they can be from product design, from fashion design, fashion communication, or maybe communication design. So, and they try to build in a solution based on their capacity. They can be even something like handling social media for these artisans. It can be as simple as that.
That's good, meaning that you're creating network between the makers and the designers.
Yes.
And talking about my own experience, artisans have their own way of producing things, and then they would, most of them, because it actually passed down through generations, and then they have a difficulty on understanding the language of the designer, and at the same time, conflicts could actually happen. But I'm so glad to see. Probably we can hear more about the take-ups from the program.
Okay, so here there's a little catch which we really take care of. I didn't mention that, my bad for that. So since, India is a very vast country and we have people from all the different, we have around 30 states. So what we do is, say, a group of 3 students are going to a particular state. So we make sure that one of them speaks the local language. So that is what we take care of. Say, for example, I am from the northern part of the country, and I'm going to maybe, towards the Himalayas. So I am the one who can speak the language, and I can have 2 students from down south who can accompany me. So it's a group together. So obviously I'm going to my own place, but then I'm also making other 2 people learn my craft. They can know about my people. Maybe it can be a simple thing like the food we eat and so on. So that's what we take care of.
Interesting. Because, from there, I would like to jump into the indigenous group that Dr. Harita is talking about. So is there any formula or methods that you are in practice in New Zealand?
So now I'll bring in 2 different contexts because I have lived in India. I am from India, but I have been in New Zealand now for over, I think, 10 years. So obviously I believe that the indigenous knowledge systems across the world are similar, and I think it's the values that we need to carry forward into the education space which we are trying to do. So having worked with artisans at the grassroots and understanding how the generational knowledge is passed on, I think that has helped me shape the education space in New Zealand, for that matter. Now in New Zealand we have there are 2 different, of course, there is the Pacific Islands, and there is also the Maori, the indigenous people of the land. So building in the cultural sustainability and the indigenous knowledge of Maori as well as the Pacific peoples into the education curriculum became, we saw the necessity for that. Because obviously with the current generation, the digital immersion which is there, this disconnect which is there between each other, we felt that the embedding of indigenous knowledge systems into the education space was a dire need. And so that's when we build in the curriculum, which has this component, which is Earth-centered design and cultural sustainability, which obviously looks at nature, people, the planet, and the cultural component into the course. And I'll give you an example. So when we started this course in 2022, we have this thing called as Talaona, which is from the Pacific Islands, which is basically a dialogue. And so when the students in the first year, when they come in, we have a foundation component, which is like a week's component. And we had a little reflection that the students did. We asked them, why are you here? So obviously, if they've come in for a Bachelor of Sustainable Fashion Design, the straightforward answer was, oh, we're here to make something and we're here to create designs. Anyways, we take them through this whole exercise where we bring in cultural practitioners. We have a component of harakiki weaving, which is the weaving from the Maori indigenous communities. And there is this whole cultural shift in their thinking, which we bring about. And at the end of it, in fact, we show them documentaries like True Cost, which is obviously the actual bad side of fashion, because till the time they're not aware of what is bad, the good that is required cannot come out. And then, of course, we have we actually show them the lyrics and about cutting trees and the ecological responsibility which is there. So we try and make it fun. I'm just giving you a little context, and then it finishes with a movie called Living the Change, because when we are talking about problems, we are never talking about the solutions which can be provided. And I think that's what the current generation needs, is a direction in terms of what are the solutions which are there. And I feel the indigenous knowledge systems, where we have always lived in harmony with nature, with each other, are so important, and they should be ingrained within the education system. So we have another reflection at the end of that week. And the shift in thinking that comes about, we have these written reflections which come about, and the sensitivity and the depth of understanding that comes through this embedding of this indigenous knowledge system into the curriculum is phenomenal. And I have actually written a paper around that, which I presented recently at a NIFT conference in Bombay, and I spoke about the reframing of design education. I hate to use the word fashion, because fashion is, it is the most destructive thing on this planet. So I talk about design education and the shift and reimagining it in such a way that we don't forget where we are from and the values that we need to carry forward to the next generation of designers. So yeah.
Amazing. Okay, you were talking about the fashion, where it can be something destructive, but well, actually, that's the perception of different parts of the world, where coming into this M7, I believe, where we talk about the exposing or giving awareness to the grassroots and then to the people since their childhood. And then when we go into the spectrum of a bigger one, where it touch into the global platform, fashion plays a very important role. And then I'm glad to have you, Ms. Maha, here to talk about it. And then even before this, we were talking about the Art Basel that you are actually bringing in to Qatar. So those are the components of what it takes for craft to be at that level. Then we can actually talk value. So it's no more about how do you preserve this certain design, whereas it's no longer available, or it's no longer relevant to the lifestyle of the current modernism or something. So what is your take when you talk about that? And then for me, it is a very huge platform where we talk about craft, when we talk about fashion, and then when we talk about the global acceptance of people who actually have everything in the world. And why would they choose craft that is actually made from the people of Qatar or people of anywhere in the Gulf area or anywhere in the world?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think maybe I'll just take a step back and zoom out. I think when I first joined M7, the idea was to, the outcome was to have local brands in the global scene. And one of the things I remember thinking about is, well, I want local brands to be part of the Paris Fashion Weeks and to be able to produce the same way they do. And over time, I realized, why do we want that? And we understand, obviously, talking about the issues of the fashion industry, fast fashion, environmental, social, I mean, it's endless, the issues. And why do we want to become part of it? And on the contrary, I think we have an opportunity, we have agency to make a change in this industry. And we don't have to replicate global models. We don't have to look to the West as the North Star. We can create our own. And I think this is really fundamental to how we design our programming, and how we support our designers. So I think a lot of our designers at the moment actually produce in a more sustainable way. So we know a lot of these international brands have, 4 to 6 seasons a year. It's fast. It's, there's a lot of change, and there's a lot of pressure to produce something new. And initially, I wanted that for our designers. I'm like, well, you need to compete with these brands. But a lot of our designers produce, for example, what I'm wearing, abaya, is made to order. So they have their samples, and you go and you order. So that's already more sustainable. A lot of the designers we work with from the region, for example, work with local artisans. And there is, I don't want to get political, but obviously the situation in the Arab world isn't, there are political issues and there isn't a focus on preserving culture and heritage. And so this is where fashion and design becomes even more fundamental. It's a soft power. Actually, it's more important for us to support these designers in the region. So we have designers in Morocco, we have designers in Lebanon. I'll give you an example. Salim Azam is a Lebanese designer. He was the winner of Fashion Trust Arabia. And his whole brand revolves around slow fashion and working with artisans in Lebanon. So, embroidery. And a lot of this is preserving heritage. And so I think a lot of our programming revolves around that and making changes and being able to create something that makes sense to us, and instead of becoming part of the problem. We do a lot of experimentation. I think this is very important for us as M7. We want to see what works, what doesn't work. We have worked with local artisans, teaming them up with designers, so Sedu weavers, trying to get them to understand the potential of what they do and implementing it in different ways. There are definitely a lot of challenges. I think there's a lot of work to be done to support artisans. But I think there needs to be, or our approach is more regional than local. So we have something called Years of Culture, which is part of Qatar Museums. Every year we focus on one country, understanding their culture. There's a lot of exchange that happens as part of cultural diplomacy of the country. And we discover a lot of artisans that we can work with from Latin America to the Arab world. And I think there needs to be more openness in the fashion industry to using that as a way of producing.
Exactly, because one thing that I can relate to here is we are in the 21st century where we go more into the ethical fashion, whereas in the 20th century, I don't know the exact term, but it's more towards the glamorous fashion. We talk about the all those brands, Dior, Chanel, and whatnot. I'm not saying that they're no longer in the big presence right now, but people choose to have that. It's not so much about the branding, but it's about who are actually making it. And then you were talking about the artisan who are actually involved in this area. And I think I can say here that I hope that the panels will agree with me that it's actually more not so much about the consumer-led industry, but it's about the experiential. You say that you put the fashion, not products, fashion environments into the area where you are actually putting it in the museum, you are actually curating it. So how do we make that into the focus where the artisan of actually who are actually producing it from the 3rd generation or from probably 5 generations above them, how do we make them understand that it takes this for them to be able to put their products at a very high level, which is equivalent to one handbag of Chanel? So what's your take?
I mean, it's very challenging, I have to say. I don't know if I have the answer.
This is exactly what I was talking about, the language. It's not so much about the...
I think we've shifted our exhibitions content quite a bit, especially this year. I think it's important, education is very important, starting from a very young age. There is a gap in the education system. I think it's the whole ecosystem. So understanding there's policies that need to be in place. So when you're producing, there has to be guidelines of how to produce, the transparency of where it's coming from, but also education. So a lot of our exhibitions, for example, we had our latest exhibition, Amazigh Hair Couture. It's focusing on styling hair. We worked with a celebrity stylist, but taking authorship of the Amazigh culture. So looking at it from a holistic museum standard kind of exhibition. So it's not just talking about one aspect, but decolonizing the idea of Amazigh. And I think a lot of big brands, for example, there's a lot of cultural appropriation, obviously, but being able to voice our opinions and saying, no, we are going to talk about our stories. So there's a lot of education. I think it will take time to be able to get where you're talking about. But people need to understand. I mean, if you can, supporting certain brands, you have to understand there's a meaning to it. And it's hard, even for myself. I mean, I still buy from these brands, but I also try to buy from other brands and be more local. And it's like, it's a process, I would say.
And then about the acceptance of the consumer of the world. I will say that every product is good, but we have to probably go to a step back where it's about who are we wearing and then who are actually making the products, whether that product's actually following the guideline or following the ethical process and something. And then we have a lot of, it's actually a huge spectrum here, Dr. Hanitka, to Dr. Harita. We were talking about the social enterprise model. So probably there's something you would like to highlight here about what is the rights of the artisan who are actually making it, and then we cannot deny the presence of the curators, the presence of those who are actually making stories to make the value to be higher. So how do you perceive that? And then probably there's something that has been in practice.
Yes. So I'll add that, I'll answer that now. So when basically in 2004, when I launched my own label, which was in Ahmedabad, the idea of course, the label was to have a fashion collection. But somewhere down the line, there was this disconnect which happened because what was integral, what was missing within my work was the connection with crafts. And so I remember in 2004, the first exhibition that I had at my store was with United Nations Industrial Development Organization. So we had actually brought in weavers from Chanderi, and we put in a loom outside the studio to educate the people about the importance of crafts and the value of crafts. Because what we were trying at that point of time was, of course, through education, bring in the amount of time that goes into making that particular Chanderi sari. So when the consumers saw, or when the people saw the process, the value of that increased in their mind. So instead of, like, if it was just an exhibition of Chanderi saris, probably they would have said, oh, why is this so expensive, or why is this priced at this point? So that was actually the beginning of, for me, for that matter, in the crafts sector, and also working at the grassroots with the craftspeople. So the platform that got created in this process was an upmarket platform where you are just not selling a product, you're selling the stories. You're also connecting people to the right consumer as well as to the artisan, and also creating this connection, which somehow worked really well. So in 2015, unfortunately, I had to shut down the store, but I tried to take those values into the education space because I was always involved with academics. And so, like, for example, at our college that we have, like how you were mentioning, Sonakshi, that we take our students on a craft immersive trip to India, which is a 6-week-long craft immersion. And for them, the students, that is an eye-opener. It is one of the best experiences because they go to the villages and they actually see the work. So when we talk about value, how do you create value? The perception in the product is through education. I feel that's one of the best ways that you can actually do that. Yeah.
And then you were telling me about the some slides that you would like to highlight about.
I think I left those because it was too late in the day to add those, so I'll skip those.
No problem.
But I thought I'll speak about it.
Sure.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And thank you very much for the explanation. And then when we talk about that, about the wages that should supposed to be given to the artisan and the makers, and also, of course, we cannot deny the need of the middle person before it reach out to the consumers. In my own experience, back in my hometown 20 years ago, no, longer than that, 30 years ago, I thought of having my very own label, but talking about the products that I want to highlight, which is batik, and batik, one piece of batik was actually sold at about $50 at that time. I was thinking of selling it at $100. If I cannot do that, then I will not venture into that business at all. So when I do that, I have to think of how do I make sure that I will be able to sell it at that price. And right now, I'm able to do that. My brand Ruzgara has newly opened a new flagship store in Kuala Lumpur, and then we're actually reaching to the right target market. And when M7 was talking about the platforming and then the environment that is actually created to sell it at that price, I understand what it means. So how do we make sure that, Dr. Sonika, that the artisan or the designers who are actually among the students will be able to perceive that concept, and then so that we can actually create more artisans who can actually think of the way that, I'm not saying me, but some of the designers are thinking, incorporating the making and designing and ensuring their products actually, one, is different from what it was before. We have to keep preserving the craft techniques that is actually an heirloom. But on the other hand, we also need to think of what people are actually choosing right now. So how do you approach that?
I think I mentioned that yesterday also. So we, as designer, we always think, that, if you're using craft in your, in your collections, so it's just a kind of resource you're using. So here I would not agree to this, this situation. I always feel that, if I am a creator, I'm creating something, even whatever craft, whether it is the, if you talk about fashion, textile is the main, craft which we use in various forms, whether it is printing, embroidery. But there is a process which has gone in creating that textiles. So I believe that, whether I am one of the stakeholder as a designer, and even the craft person who has created that piece is also one of the stakeholder. So, there should be an equal sharing of, whatever profits we have, or maybe, there's a certain kind of a set system which we should follow. Another thing which, I would like to mention over here is, again, like how Maha said, that education is very important. Like how, you train designers also. When you train designers, we teach everything, right from basic foundation level to the skill level, and how you actually visualize a product and make a product. So in the same case, even the artisans, there can be a training, and it is happening. It's not that it's not happening. At least in our country, it is happening. So the soul of the art is already there. They know the skill. They know it through the heritage. But how to sell, how to convert it into something which is designerly can be trained. And believe you me, it won't take more time than maybe a year or 6 months. And we have examples from back home, like we have Kala Raksha Mahavidyalaya, which was started by a British entrepreneur, Judy Frater. So she actually created a course in collaboration with the National Institute of Design. And she created a course for artisan, which was 1-year course. And the skill was already there. The only thing which was needed for these artisans was maybe how to brand your product, how to sell your product, how to do the storytelling. And yeah, so that is what we needed. And going back to the example which you gave of Dior, Dior is Dior because of multiple people who are involved. So why can't in the craft sector there can be multiple stakeholders involved that we can make a brand similar to Dior and big brands like that.
Exactly. So in this case, definitely the artisan has to realize that it is no longer about themselves in making one thing and then ready to sell. It has to involve packaging, it has to involve branding, and narrative to bring that value probably 10 times higher. So if there is anything else would you like to add, or I can open to the floor? We have time still. Yes.
Hello. It's really interesting to say that designers and craftsmen and artisans are in the same level, because for many years when we talk about design and craft, all the time the designer feels superior or trying to help or trying to do things for survive craft. And this kind of different of the relationship was really put on risk in many cases, this relationship, and there's a lot of mistakes for that kind of errors. But it's important also to show that now architecture and designers need artisans, because now luxury needs the know-how and who is going to make the new luxury. And it is important because if you search who is going to producing the biennales for design and architectures, and the luxury brands are all the time behind that. And it's because they are searching the new people who is going to do, going to make, and going to be behind the new luxury. And it's really interesting because it's another relationship. Now designers and architects needs be help for artisans. And this new relationship is very important to show and to express here. And also because it's the new way for understand prosumers. We are not talking about just consumers. We have another way to understand who is gonna, I want to know who is behind the product that I want to buy. And it's really important for this, for add value to craft. Thank you.
Meaning that, thank you very much for the sharing. Meaning that it is actually the need or the rights for the makers to put their price, because it has to also follow what is. There is no such formula still, I believe, for the artisan to put their price. Probably there are how many hours are used in making one product. That's one thing, but still, in the case of our country, a lot of artisans are actually not exposed to this thing. That's why, talking about my own label, I do put that. Even though it doesn't, some of the artisans are actually with me, working with me, and I myself as an artisan, as a third generation, I know how much it takes for one thing to be happening. And not only about producing, designing that. Colors need to be designed, composition need to be designed, motif need to be designed. So those other things has to be included in the composition of, in the formula of a price that we want to put. And if there are some collaboration between the makers and the designers, then yes, the price will even go higher. Thank you very much. Yes, Doctor.
A bit different take I want to do, because craft has a sense of perennial status, in the sense that it is legacy, it is in continuum always. Whereas the designer brings time dimension. Fashion is all about time. If it is earlier, it is avant-garde. If it is right on time, it is in fashion. If it is not accepted by people, it's fad. And if it goes to the future, it becomes a classic. So I do believe they are not adversarial. They are not adversaries. They are actually collaborators, by which you give the time dimension to craft. And then it moves from utilitarian, spiritual, ornamental, decorative crafts to fashion when you apply design and time. And from there, when it connects to people's lifestyles, it becomes smooth again from fashion to lifestyle. When the Christian Dior or Chanel was mentioned, they took it to another level of luxury, which is the next level beyond lifestyle. So this transformation at every stage is not purely, as we say, a phenomenon of somebody doing designing. It is about changing the very purpose and putting it in a new frame and perspective. So often, people who are teaching fashion or, dealing with this, seen this in a different way. So I do believe the substance of raw materials or substance of a certain matter is not the pricing. It is about how you are able to bring it out with a time dimension. So I do believe that, the perspective which should be more and more talked about is how designers can work with fashion to move from tradition to modernity and contemporariness and make it relevant. And that is what UNESCO's third convention said, as yesterday it was explained, that a craft should not remain as a pickled, stagnant pool of water. It is constantly running river, and that assimilates new cultures, new people, and changes form sometime. I do believe it's time to assume this kind of a situation rather than taking a perennial view of craft and dismissing design as a kind of adversarial position. No, not at all.
Thank you, Dr. Koshi. So we have Maha.
I think it's very interesting what you're saying, talking about like luxury brands. If we look at these brands that you mentioned, they produce, the couture is about craftsmanship. It's about pieces that are very unique. So at the forefront of luxury, it's actually craft, and I think it's important not to deny that. But that's not accessible to everyone. Couture is not accessible. And so I think, how do we make craft more accessible to, and it's not at a price range where only certain segments of society can buy. And at the same time, I think talking about, it's not competition between craftsmen, artisans and designers. It's how do we work together and not putting pressure on artisans to be able to do everything, so become business owners, marketers, all of that. I think it's important to place it into the whole ecosystem. So you have the designer, the brands that are successful have the creative director and have a CEO of a business. And the CEO looks at the business side of it, and the creative looks at the creative. Then we look at the artisans and how they can serve in that ecosystem. So they're not put under pressure to become brands of their own, but to be part of this bigger ecosystem. And so I think this is where it's important, where everyone needs to understand their roles and play them in this sector. And I think there is a shift in the fashion industry because of the mindset shift. Like, we understand the issues that fashion brings. Is it about constant change and newness, and what does it mean to be sustainable? So I think it's an evolving situation at the moment.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more questions.
I'll be quick then. First of all, I wanted to refer to Ms. Maha, what you said in terms of how a lot of those brands were originally, and if we that way. So if you look at those brands that were, let's say, 150 years ago, like Cartier, and as an example, they were, or let's say, they were watchmakers. They were watchmakers. Design came into it from, let's say, a marketing standpoint as it evolved. But I'd just like to share something that happened recently, and I was boggled, and I couldn't. It was something I couldn't get my head wrapped around, but it was a very clear idea. But then there was a point, if you all remember, where these world-class brands of jewelry started craftifying their products, because they realized that and again, it's about market share and sales and numbers and bottom line and how to look at your balance sheets. But something that happened that was unprecedented for us is we were approached by Cartier a year and a half ago to create a live station in the Cartier in Salhiyah to do an 8-day program for them, which was a live station, where we actually created bag charms for their VIP clients. And subsequent to that, we've been approached by other world-class brands to create things for their clientele. So it's a very, very clear lean in to those organizations where they realize that people are looking at things that are more meaningful, that are looking at things that they want to do. And then tying into what you had mentioned earlier, Mr. Amin, is that what we started doing again that was unprecedented is yes, this is the value ascribed for the items, but for the first time I kind of became a mini, like a mini rock star, and I was actually equating value to the presence of us within that context, which had never happened before. We've been doing this for over 20 years. So I also think that, as you mentioned, it's really important, again, we, the artisans, were showcased within the context of this huge global brand that manifests its expressions in different ways. But those brands actually want to align themselves with the craftsmanship and with the artisanal aspect. And there is a very important value to be ascribed based on these things that have been happening recently.
All right, thank you very much. One last one.
Just a quick question. I like the model, and maybe that's a little bit archaic, of the designer and the craftsman sort of folded into one figure and not that separation. Because what I feel sometimes is that there's an asymmetry of power between, and visibility, of course, between the craftsmen and designers. And that you see also in fashion. I mean, we know Dries Van Noten does his fabrics in India, and they make the most spectacular things, but you almost never, the figure of the craftsman is always invisible in the margin, underpaid, and so on. So how do we actually avoid something like that? And how do we create a kind of an atmosphere where this visibility is seen across the board, right? So.
I think what you've just said is absolutely correct, because what happens is that it's something like the artisan becomes more like a labor rather than the face of the work. And there is this huge shift which is happening within the design industry, at least in India. And I would say, I will also add the New Zealand context, because craft is taken very seriously over there, and the whole concept of including the artisan or including the maker in the entire process and giving due acknowledgement is there within the New Zealand context, I would say. But in India, there is a shift that's happening, and I think it's really required. Now, for example, there is this whole movement of Who Made My Clothes by Fashion Revolution. And I think these are the kind of things which, obviously I'm talking about, the makers behind the process, but I feel there could be a movement like that for the artisans, that who is the artisan and who is the face behind the work, and giving that due importance to both. It's just not the designer because the designer cannot work without the artisan and without the support of the artisan. So I feel there is this, like the fashion revolution movement, Who Made My Clothes, there should be a revolution that, who made the craft. And I feel that will really bring about a big shift, because otherwise this inequality which is there is going to persist, I feel, yeah.
I'll just say one thing very quickly. I think I'm a little bit of a realist, so I understand, like, realistically speaking, the designer, the creative director is a rock star, and I think it's very cool to be that. It's not necessarily cool to be the artisan. And I think there needs to be a shift in that, in the younger generation. How do we make it cool? I mean, that's the reality. How do we make it more, lucrative to become an artisan? And it isn't. And I think it's easy to say, okay, this is the right thing to do, but realistically, how do we make it happen? And I think, again, education. And I think the idea of slow living, like going back to nature and connecting to the environment and all of that is starting to pick up. And so how do we capitalize on that so that we can support artisans further? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think it has to be a more holistic approach. Yeah.
Maybe let's just one must comment, and it's another question. It's just sharing experiences. We at UNESCO we had multiple positive experiences where crafts and fashion industry did interconnect and interconnect in rather positive way. I mean, but some stakeholders still were quite cautious about what it actually brought to the craft community in the end, because some of the patents, there were concerns raised with specific crafts that a fashion designer has been, it was used by luxury brands for their purposes without any return for the craftsman. And those cases exist, and they're multiple. It actually, in a fewer part of cases, triggered the community to organize themselves better, to organize the crafts community itself. So they created, I don't remember exactly the case, it was, I think, was Latin America and Africa. They created a trust, they created a guild or some form of community legal entity where intellectual property right was shared among the members of the community, among the members of the association and the guild. So they could actually go further and claim ownership of specific patents at the regional or international level. So that's a question to also probably to WIPO, how the traditional knowledge framework that was adopted could support cases like that, because there are a lot of positive cases, yes, but there are very bad cases as well where communities didn't benefit back from their creativity, and those issues need to be tackled legally. And the UNESCO cannot do anything about it, unfortunately, because we're not providing through those conventions intellectual property rights to community members. That's not absolutely the purpose, and it's not in the mandate of our organization to do so. But there are different mechanisms at international, regional level that can allow communities to be, to raise that voice. But also that comes back to the question of education. How do you empower the craftsmen to actually arrive to the level of businesses and defense of their intellectual property right, that where they actually can benefit from their creativity that is a result of the transmission from generation to generation. Right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have one last question before I do the wrap up, and then we'll wrap the session.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, it's an observation. We need to identify the brand identity. Something happened in Africa sometimes last year. Somebody has a brand, a product, 200,000 pieces, but because the brand is not recognized in that system, they had to borrow the label to pay to use the other person's brand to make the sales. So it's important for craft to start to think along that line in terms of building a brand that's subject to the needs of the people. For instance, most products in Africa now, they have brand ambassadors, Nollywood stars, etc., musicians are the brand ambassador. They use the face to sell the brand. So craft time is now to start to adopt similar strategy to make good sales. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So probably that is a suggestion for the World Craft Council to consider. All right. Anyway, thank you very much for the session, and thank you for bearing with us. I believe that I can conclude here about what collectively this panel brings together: institutional leadership, indigenous knowledge system, and grassroots livelihood perspective to offer holistic vision for sustainable fashion futures. And then the values lies on number one is the demonstration on how craft-based fashion can operate in a climate responsible, cultural rooted, and economical viable system. And then also bridging museums, design institution, artisan communities, and policy actors into shared sustainability framework where Ms. Maha was talking about, it's a company that we need to have all those to be working together and then not working in silos anymore. Reframing sustainability to include cultural rights, labor dignity, and community ownership, and providing actionable insights to designers, institutions, and policymakers seeking to embed ethics and quality into fashion system. And last but not least, these values could actually be contributing to the Kuwait Declaration by positioning craft as foundational to sustainable creative economy, not marginal or nostalgic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, rest of the panel, and thank you for bringing a wonderful morning to a conclusion. I know you people prepared a lot, and that showed in your discussion. So thank you. Now, I think education in the last couple of panels is an important element that has been introduced. And Lubna has introduced us a new word in our lexicon, which I think we should all work towards getting it included in the Oxford Dictionary, which is the word craftify, you know. So I think Suhail was also talking about it in the morning, about how different other visual art forms should craftify themselves. So I think, you know, let's all push towards getting Oxford Dictionary to put the word craftify into the dictionary, and let's see how we can craftify other things apart from craftifying craft itself. So thank you, and we'll be back here again at 2 o'clock for the last panel, which is on livelihoods and value chains, because at the end of the day, it's all about the money, honey, as they say. So thank you, and enjoy your lunch, and please be back here at 2. Yes, and well, I mean, let people be back here at 2, and then I will tell them at 4:30 there is the valedictory. That has been circulated to everybody in all your, so 4:30 we have the closing session, but before that, 2 o'clock, we have the last panel, which will talk about money. Images. No sound, no words. So it's so it's there at the end, last slide, okay, after this, and yeah, basically it's not on automatic. You have to click it. Okay, that's it. Okay. And then they're just images. So she said while she's talking, you let it run in the background. That's all. It's after the last slide.
Okay. Because I don't know what they're going to do questions.
We'll ask you very simple questions.
Yeah. But the thing is that I will present the program.
That you do. In the end you are saying, right?
It's there after your...
Yeah, you tell me when.
So at the end we will ask you so that you can show to the people.
Yeah? Then follow the program.
You're going to introduce? Shall we start? We should start.
Yeah. So good afternoon. I'm happy to see some committed people. It's the quality and not the quantity that counts. So our last session on what has been 9 very productive panels, and Professor Sumesh Singh, who had hosted one of the panels yesterday, would also be taking us through this last panel, which is, like I said, everything is about the money, honey. It's on markets, livelihoods, and equitable value chains. I will not go through the introduction of Sumesh again because we did that yesterday. So without, we have a hard close at 3 because at 4 o'clock we have the Kuwait Declaration, which will be at this location, followed by the arrival of the governor. And then, of course, he will be visiting Gardenia, and all of you are also welcome to do that. So let's, without further ado, as they say, I'm handing over to Sumesh for him to take this forward.
Thank you, Sandeep. So without losing time, I would like to invite all the panelists on the stage. So I would like to invite Lafitaga, Rocio, Salma, and Yerik. So like yesterday, I'm not going to introduce any of them. I would like them to introduce themselves because it's always better, right? So one by one, we can start with Yerik in this manner, and yeah, a brief introduction of yours.
My name is Yerik. I'm from Kazakhstan, and I work in the Almaty Tourism Department. So, that's all. You can.
Hello, I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Mr. Saad, for inviting us. And I'm here to represent Fomento Cultural Banamex, that it's a cultural institution that depends on a bank, on one of the biggest banks in Mexico, Banamex. And we have been working with this support to support folk art, Mexican folk art, with a very strong system that has been working through 28 years by now, with 3 very strong pillars that we will talk about it later. But thank you.
Everyone, I'm Salma from Jordan. I work with Turquoise Mountain, an organization that aims to preserve and revitalize cultural heritage, especially with communities when cultural heritage is at risk. We work with artisan communities in Afghanistan, Myanmar, Jordan, Syria, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. And our main goal is, to celebrate cultural heritage, connect artisans to new networks by providing them with jobs, commissions, work, and access to market, and also by training a new generation. And my work basically is in Jordan. I'm the country representative for the office there, and I work closely with artisans from the region, especially Jordan, Palestine, and Syria.
Kia ora koutou katoa.
Whakalawhalai atu kia matolosi, malo ni, malo elelei, ta alofa ni sampula vinaka, noa ia e Māori, kam na bane ni Māori, halo le keta, malo le soifua, tēnā koutou katoa. Assalamu alaikum, and warm Pacific greetings to you all. Thank you, President Mr. Saad Al-Kadumi, the World Crafts Council, and the Kuwait National Council for organising and hosting the second World Crafts Forum. It's an honour to be a panellist alongside the distinguished panel members here to share Indigenous, community-centred market perspectives from a Pacific context in New Zealand. I just want to quickly take some time to give a bit of context. So the context from New Zealand in a Pacific context is that we first acknowledge our tangata whenua, Indigenous people, our Māori people of New Zealand, and we acknowledge the Treaty of Waitangi, New Zealand's founding agreement that established a partnership between our Indigenous Māori and the Crown. And today, the treaty remains the centralised and core document that is central to our national identity, the law and public policy. And it's really poignant this week in particular because on the 6th of February, it marks the annual observation of the Treaty of Waitangi. I am Nawhanua Tele, moi maitu Lafitanga Mafawhau Peters, Chief Advisor Partnerships at the Ministry for Pacific Peoples. Our ministry is the principal advisor to the government on policies and interventions aimed at improving outcomes for Pacific peoples in New Zealand. Pacific peoples in New Zealand are predominantly a young and fast-growing population with diverse communities across urban cities and regions. We make up approximately 9% of the total population, and we're the largest Pacific diasporic population in the world, where many of our people descend from the Pacific Islands, but are born and raised in New Zealand. So that adds a unique makeup to our multi-ethnic society in New Zealand. And some of these people, there are more of them living in New Zealand than in their homelands. The Pacific arts and crafts are a core part of New Zealand's cultural and creative landscape, alongside our Indigenous Māori arts and crafts. They shape how we express identity, heritage, and belonging in this country. Our creative practices span across visual arts, performance, and heritage crafts such as weaving, textiles, carving, and tattooing. And these practices are sustained through families and communities more than formal institutions. Pacific arts and crafts within New Zealand make up $17 billion to the economy, or contributes $17 billion to the economy, and supports more than 100,000 jobs. And while their value isn't always captured in formal economic measures, Pacific crafts play a vital role in community economies, festivals, tourism, and cultural exchange. Importantly, crafts in New Zealand help our Pacific people remain deeply connected to the wider Pacific homelands, strengthening their cultural continuity, livelihoods, and regional relationships. I look forward to our conversation today.
Thank you, thank you. You've actually, without me speaking, you've already set the tone, So you talked about markets, you talked about livelihoods, and you talked about value chain. So interesting, good. That is, so now I'm going to play a film. Only thing is that, your necks will just turn around. So maybe if you were able to take a seat there, just for 5 minutes, play the film, and then we come back. Yes, in the front also.
Lotus silk is one of the rarest fabrics in the world. Produced only in small scale across Cambodia, Myanmar, and more recently Vietnam, this natural fibre is only extracted by a few skilled craftspeople across the world. But making this silk isn't easy. Extracting enough lotus silk for one scarf can take 2 months, and the final product can cost 10 times as much as regular silk. So just how is it made? And what makes it so expensive? Phan Thi Thuan's family have been making silk for generations, growing and harvesting the threads from silkworms themselves to create luxury garments. But making lotus silk is different. Silk usually comes from silkworms. They're kept on wide trays and need to be fed almost 24 hours a day with mulberry leaves. The caterpillars delicately spin threads to create their cocoons, and it can take hundreds of silkworms to make a kilo of silk. But while the insects require careful looking after, they do most of the hard work themselves. The key difference between the bright yellow silk and the paler lotus version is that every single strand of lotus silk must be extracted by hand.
Tơ sen thì nó khác với cái lụa tơ tằm. Là tơ sen thì mình phải rút sợi tơ nó là thân mộc. Mà sợi tơ tằm kia nó có cái phần cứng hơn cái sợi tơ sen là vì nó nhờ vào cái nực của con tằm nó qua một cái tuyến keo của nó rút từ ruột nó ra cái là nó có cái phần mềm mại mà có một chút co giãn. Còn tơ tằm thì nó bóng sang trọng. Tơ sen là quý phái.
Each thread of lotus silk starts with the stem of the lotus flower. The lotus is Vietnam's national flower and a plant that's grown across the country. While this fabric has been made for years in Myanmar, Phan Thi Thuan only started experimenting with this fiber in 2017.
Với chúng tôi thì tất cả đất nước Việt Nam, nhân dân Việt Nam là ai cũng rất là quý cái bông hoa sen. Tất cả nước chúng tôi là rất là nhiều người trồng sen. Nhưng mà bao giờ cũng chỉ có thu hoa sen, thu hạt sen thôi. Còn cuống sen là vứt ra nó rất là bẩn. Khi mà người ta gợi ý cho tôi làm tơ sen thì tôi thấy có lợi cho nhân dân, cho nông dân thì tôi nghĩ là tôi có khả năng làm được thì tôi sẽ quyết tâm tôi làm.
Once the stem is selected and picked by hand, the silk inside can be extracted. Each stem contains a minuscule amount of thin, sticky fibers, which must be rolled together and dried. The threads need to be processed within 24 hours while they're still wet, otherwise they'll break. And so harvesting has to be done each day. And the lotus plants are only available to harvest between April and October. Once you've gone through the hard work of extracting these fibers, they're incredibly delicate too.
Bước đầu là tôi chưa nghĩ đến làm tơ sen thì tôi cũng nghĩ là tơ sen thì nó mỏng manh mà làm thì nó rất nhiều công. Sợi tơ tằm thì nó dai hơn cho nên là có thể dệt được bằng máy, còn sợi tơ sen thì nó không có độ dai như sợi tơ tằm cho nên là phải dệt bằng tay. Cái thời gian của cái việc nấy sợi là lâu nhất. Còn khi mà đã nấy được sợi rồi, cho vào máy dệt rồi thì nó cũng nhanh hơn nhiều, bởi vì tất cả bao nhiêu công đoạn mới được nấy được sợi thì một người lao động làm một ngày được 200 đến 250 cuống sen. Còn cái khăn rộng 36 cm, dài 1m75 m thì hết 9.200 cuống sen. Thì một người phải làm một cái khăn đấy là phải mất 2 tháng mới được một cái khăn.
Once dried, these threads are carefully weighed down and delicately hand-spooled. Then they're put into the loom. These fibers are fragile, but once woven can be as durable as traditional silk. Phan has a team of 20 workers creating these fibers each day, allowing them to produce 10 to 20 scarves each month. But when a 25-centimeter scarf can sell for just over $200, the hard work is worth it. The final product is unlike any other fiber. It's soft like silk, breathable like linen, and slightly elastic. These luxurious traits have made it popular with tourists searching for rare souvenirs. It's also recently been picked up by international fashion brands searching for a new luxury fiber. But its scale has been limited, as there are still few trained in the making of these silk threads. But despite the work involved, Phan Thi Thuan is hoping that this skill could one day grow to become a larger industry.
Tôi dạy rất là nhiều, nhưng mà dạy những người lớn tuổi cũng nhiều. Những người lớn tuổi họ sẽ không có cái sự sáng tạo, không có đam mê mà không có cái làm thì nhanh bằng những thế hệ trẻ. Cho nên là 2 năm 19, 20 này là tôi đã dùng các em học sinh trong những dịp nghỉ hè là tôi dạy các em ấy. Mỗi năm là dạy 100 em rồi. Thì là nhìn thì cái thế hệ tương lai đấy nó mới phát triển được tơ sen cho chúng tôi. Nhưng mà tôi chỉ mong là nhân dân Việt Nam và những thế hệ mai sau nó sẽ giỏi hơn chúng tôi, để nó sẽ có những cái cách làm khác đi thì nó sẽ làm được nhiều hơn, nhanh hơn.
Thank you for watching. This was an example of the nature, we have so much of things, abundance in nature, but with skill, knowledge, you can convert the free resources into so much of value, which is as valuable as $200 to $400. And why, this example? Because when we went to Srinagar with Mr. Saad, to Srinagar in 24, there is a lake, which is Dal Lake, and it has so much of lotus all around. And they were cleaning the lake with a machine, huge machine, they were cleaning. And it was creating so much of carbon footprint. And then we were thinking that, look, a loss of skill has resulted in so much of carbon footprint being generated. And they're just cleaning the lake, throwing the lotus out, and then trying to dispose it off. Whereas things like this could create so much of value and create so much of employment. What we are talking about, market, livelihoods, and value. So how do we build value from something which is non-valuable to build so much of value through skill and traditional knowledge? So this was a good start point. I thought let our panelists see the film, and then we start talking about this. So I would like to again invite them on the dais so that we can start a discussion. Thank you for coming back. And the first discussion, which we want to have a quick round of information from all of you, is why craft matters. Do you really think that it makes a difference or it doesn't make a difference? I mean, many, if you look at the youngsters, they feel that it doesn't really make a difference. Whereas people, if you look at craft sector, 70 to 80% of the craftsmen are above the age of 60 years. Which makes it one of the most, alarming sectors in terms of age. So let us hear you out. Yeah, we start with Lafit Aga. Do you think that craft matters?
Thank you. I think absolutely craft matters, and from all of the sharing that we've heard throughout the forum, everybody has contributed, the thoughts around how important it is on so many levels, not only in terms of cultural, our heritage, but also that economic opportunity for those who hold the knowledge of our crafts, but also the language that is able to be sustained.
Thank you. So I believe craft is not important, it's crucial. It's part of our identities, it's part of who we are, and it shaped everything that we've been using and seeing nowadays. So it formed us, and it was always, crafts have always been a form of documentation, a form of responding to client needs, and this is how it should always be and continue to be. Because if we want room to crafts today, we should always think of how it originated and the importance and the important role that it played back in the days. And I would say the most important note here is not to label it under a certain umbrella. So we always say traditional crafts, what we should be saying is concurrent crafts, because crafts have evolved over time and they shouldn't freeze in time for any reason. So I think this is a note that we should always remember, and to remind ourselves that they're part of our today, our tomorrow, and our future. Thank you.
Interesting, so sharing, so there were two people, they had 1 rupee each, and they said, let's share it. So the other person gave 1 rupee to other, the other gave 1 rupee to one. Still they have 1 rupee, right? But the moment each of them share ideas, each of them will have 2 ideas. So that's the difference between, what the concept of economy in terms of currency versus the creative currency, which we have for a long time. Yes, Roshio.
Yes, hello, thank you. Well, yes, folk art, for us, folk art is very important. In Mexico, we have more than 12 million artisans. So folk art is part of of the life of Mexico and the identity of Mexico. And yes, we have to consider part of it, of the economy. And here we have an example of what folk art can make. Remigio Mestas, he's one of the artisans of Oaxaca, and he was invited here to Kuwait. And he makes a difference in a whole state. He works with more than 200 artisans, weavers and embroiderers, working with materials of all around the world. He brings silk from Asia, from cotton from Egypt, and then he makes beautiful pieces with the hands of the artisans of Mexico, making a chain of commerce and economy all around Mexico. He has now 4 stores, so he's a story of success in Mexico. And here you can see how important is to the folk art and craft in Mexico and to the world also.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion. And I would like to share Kazakhstan experience using Almaty as an example. For a long time, crafts in Kazakhstan were viewed mainly as a cultural heritage. Today, the key shift has been integrating artisans into a full value chain. In Almaty, craftspeople are no longer limited to production alone. They are increasingly connected to design, branding, urban markets, and tourism and export. This ecosystem approach helps address the core question, how value is created and more fairly distributed. Platforms, well, what about our platforms? Platforms such as the Kazakh Corner Craft Center, the Almaty Chamber of Crafts and Specialized Studios provide training, professional support, and access to creative communities. And this enables artisans to grow as entrepreneurs, not only as producers. And we have also learned that sustainable livelihoods require permanent market environments, not only occasional festivals. In Almaty, regular craft fairs, pop-up stores, and international events such as the LA Craft Festival create stable demand and support fair pricing. Another priority is dignity through authorship and skill development. For example, in 2024, UNESCO conducted an ethnic design training in Almaty focused on branding, marketing, and digital tools. Almaty is increasingly connected to international markets through initiatives with the British Council, the Smithsonian, and UNDP. In 2025, the city was recognized as a World Craft City, reinforcing its role in global cultural diplomacy. And Kazakhstan experience shows that when policy, institution, and markets are aligned, craftsmanship becomes a driver of creative entrepreneurship. Thank you so much.
Interesting. So Kyrgyzstan experience, right? What you Kazakhstan experience you've shared. Now the real challenge here is, I would like to throw another question at all the panelists. Is a typical supply chain, right? Supply chain is where you build supply, right? It's like a purely logistic system that works. The second is value chain. Now value chain, there are 2 specific aspects to it, if you look at. One is the current value chain, right? It's not a value chain. I will not call it a value chain. I'll call it a supply chain, because typically what happens is, if a designer product is being made, you look at the total value commanded by the brand or retailers, only 10%, 5% goes to the artisan, right? That is model 1. Model 2 is, you look at, and examples like, for example, co-creation. It's an interesting term, which is there. Now, what does this basically mean? Co-creation means that you create together and you share together, and you earn together, right? Now these three critical points. So work together, create together means, a designer goes to an artisan and says, oh, I want to make a nice jacket, make a textile for me. When the artisan starts making textile, he comes with a design and says, no, not your design, this design. The point is, it is purely labor work. There's no art into it, We call artisan. Artisan means art. There is a prefix of art into artisan, which means they have to apply some kind of art into it. It's not happening there because there's no value he's adding. So as a result, what happens is they become, instead of craftsmen, they become craft laborers. Now that's not a good idea because then you are actually, devaluing their skills and everything. So from that shift, when, it talks about equitable value chain, what does that mean? That do they share equal? I mean, for example, we had Mr. Marcus, I don't know whether he's here or not, from WIPO. Now, another critical concern is that on any product that is being sold by brands, do they share IP? Designers never give IP. They say, oh, this is my product. I'm selling it in my name. Who are you? We have just given you a price. You're not sharing any IP. There is nothing. And at the end, which is worst even, is that suppose a textile has been bought for $2 and you sold for $200. You've commanded $198, right? But are you giving 50% of that income back to the artisan's family? You're not. So the point is there's no equitability in terms of value chain, right? This is the current scenario. So my point is, in given such situation, what are the kind of models each of you envision which will create the equitable value chain or equitable value per se for these artisans? And why I'm saying this, because this is a big problem. We say artisans' income needs to be 2x, 3x, 4x, because inflation is there, their family also needs to grow. That's why most of the artisans are leaving craft. That's the reality world over. Now, point is, with this particular change, a little bit of change, they will command, at least 5x income immediately, without doing anything. So we want to know from each of you that how do you think that, what are the kind of new value chain or new value systems or new value equity systems we can invent in terms of product, process, or whatever, which can really generate a large income to these people who are already into the game, right? So I will begin again with Lafit Aga and then, so right to left.
Okay, thanks. Next time will be the other way around, but yeah. So I think just to go back to and to reiterate what you were saying in terms of value, and from a Pacific perspective, although we may share the same ocean and values and culture are similar, there is, the definition of value is slightly different. And so, but one thing that we I guess, may all agree on in terms of that perspective is that the value is the cultural, ancestral, and relational meaning that's embedded in the craft, not just the sale price. And I know that this has been already mentioned by other panel members, but just to go back to our context in terms of Pacific and Indigenous Māori, we have defined our crafts as our treasures. They are created and were always created, as was mentioned earlier, for ceremony, for cultural practice, but also for the resources for daily lives, for our communities, not for purchase or commercial profit. So it is the shift that we need to make in terms of where we're able to develop that initial idea of our definition and value of crafts. The intergenerational knowledge and the cultural responsibility that comes with the craft. Also, when we look at specific crafts in Māori culture, we have the carvings, like many other cultures, carvings and wooden panels that tell genealogy and stories and identity. We also have, in the Samoan context, traditional tattooing, which is a rite of passage in terms of the demarcation of roles and responsibilities. And so also to touch on the point that was made by the UNESCO representative yesterday, to add another aspect of the value, specifically for Pacific, is we are faced and impacted quite significantly by climate change. And so islands like Tuvalu, which will soon be underwater, they will be hugely affected in terms of their crafts, their culture, their language, because they will be displaced. Many of them have migrated to New Zealand. And so because of all these factors, our Pacific people in New Zealand are looking at ways in terms of how do we measure this in terms of how we price in order to acknowledge all these different aspects of value. We don't have the answer right now, but we are working towards models that reflect our Pacific values. And so these models are also, in terms of our commissioning, as an agency where we commission support for communities and craftspeople. Our models and frameworks that we use are reflective of some of our crafts. We have frameworks that are based on the embroidery process of Te Vaivai for the Cook Islands people. We have the Tongan practice of flower garland making, which we call the Kakala framework. And so these are embedded to not only help shift the way in which the value chain or the process is applied, but also reflects our own Pacific context.
Interesting. So she's more talked about the value system. But I must tell you from experience, ethics does not sustain if there is no commerce. At some point of time, you'll bend down to commerce. You'll say, oh, just hell with it. I'm not bothered because I'm not getting any money. My family is not surviving. So what morality I'm going to pass on to next generation? So it's important that when we talk about the value system, which Lafitaga has said, it's very important. But how do you then balance that with the commerce is the critical question. Yeah.
Okay, so in order to answer your question and reflect on what you have said, I would like to zoom out a little bit and start from the beginning. So usually we are now saying that crafts are endangered, and that's pretty much true. And we ask ourselves, or we mention that crafts are endangered due to displacement, wars, conflict, climate change, but also from my practice, I'm working closely with artisans. I've identified another gap. So all of these are valid, of course, but there's also one that we forget to mention, which is the gap between the artisan and the market, which is pretty much true. So also to I would say, help you envision what the gap looks like nowadays, I would like to walk you through history. So back in the days, the artisan was not only a maker, he was also the designer of his own work. The way he'd function is basically, he'd get a brief from a client, AKA the market, wanting a certain piece with a certain form, function, drawing on from existing patterns and materials that he used, and then accordingly, the client makes the piece. Adding on that also, the artisan was always, artisans all over the world, when you look at motifs and patterns, they were somehow documenting their surroundings or using the available materials. And that whole ecosystem somehow made the craft at some point, the main major source of income for communities, for countries, and so on. Moving forward with industrialization, with us as designers coming to the world, with all of that ego and wanting to change things, the whole dynamic changed. And I'm a designer myself, and I remind myself of this most of the time. Designers who work closely with artisans should know that they're not authors, they're translators. The author here is the artisan. We need to highlight how important his work is and the skill that he's carrying. And we won't be able to make a piece that speaks volumes, that speaks culture, that speaks identity without having the artisan involved in the design process. And you mentioned co-creation, but it has a certain format, I'd say. So co-creation is a tool, it is important. It's a way of bridging that gap that we're talking about. Yes, the gap is there, not because the artisan is not skilled enough, not because he doesn't have the eye or the taste. It's because there is misalignment between the market needs and the artisan. And I mean, maybe the designer role in this case is bridging that gap through maybe coming ourselves, maybe with our background in research and a bit of innovation, coming with ideas that would complement what the artisan is doing. But again, we're translators, we're not authors. So there is a whole process. So for me and the team, the way we do it is, whenever we want to design, let's say, a specific piece for a specific client or a market or a retailer, we one, make sure we understand the craft. We spend a lot of time with the artisans at the workshop. I mean, many pieces that we've made were born out of a cup of tea at a workshop. You know, you get inspired from their stories, and that's also another thing we highlighted, which is storytelling and branding. So when it's all about, all what we're doing is all about the artisan and the craft and having full understanding of the craft techniques, its history, what does this mean, how can we push the boundaries of the craft. And you won't get that if you're coming with that ego. You won't get that if you don't put yourself in, you know, the shoe of the artisan and design things together. And the other way around, to be present during the production process. And this is also another role that you can add on the equation, which is, you know, maybe a certain artisan is used to do things in a certain way, but you know things changes. So how can you push without losing a lot of the craft value? And putting between brackets also a topic that we've touched on yesterday, which is the authenticity of the craft. So authenticity somehow freezes a little bit what we can do with craft, because the word authenticity itself, I asked myself multiple times, what is authentic about the craft? Is it the technique? Is it the pattern? Is it the motif? Is it the piece itself that have been made? What is authentic about it? And I think none of us will find the right answer for this question. But for me, it's how can we ensure that authenticity keeps on evolving and moving from, bridging these gaps, understanding what the market needs, and again, creating this kind of alignment. And it doesn't only come also from the designer role, because also it's very important to highlight there are other challenges and things that are mitigating us from achieving more for the artisans. And maybe we can discuss that as we move forward with the discussion. Thank you.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. So what happens is, you said, co-creation is challenging. I do agree. But there is also another method, to the whole thing, which we always give examples. We have plenty of examples, but not going to discuss that today. We say that where artisan ends, designer should begin, right? That's another approach. So what happens is you are neither intruding into their lives, not let them interfere in your, affairs, right? So it's basically there you add value, and then that value finally translates to or goes to a customer. Second very interesting point, because I'm coming to Rocio, she's talking about folk art. I asked an artisan, I said, your paintings, you make paintings, narrative art, but you only sell most of them for $2,000. I've never seen you commanding much higher price. Whereas in an auction in a gallery in New Delhi has seen the prices like $100,000 for single artwork. What's the difference? Why can't you command the price of $100,000? And the perspective this guy gave was incredible. He said, we will never be able to get that kind of money. I said, oh, that's interesting. There's so much of clarity. And why so? They said, because, we make this narrative art same all the time. Whereas if you look at modern artists, they make only one piece and they will never repeat that. So it was interesting to see that how community keeps on manufacturing, the point which you said, that keeps on manufacturing those things again and again. What you said, let's go back. They were manufacturers. They were community manufacturers. And then they were consumers, through Mela Haat Bazaars, which were the traditional formats of selling. So from that shift to this shift, it is interesting. So Rocio, what do you think, how these folk artists, and I'm surprised to see the numbers, 12 million you said, right, Mexico?
Yeah, more or less.
This is more than our official figure, Dr. Koshi. We claim 7 million in artisans in total in India.
Well, the 12 millions also include people who make candies, for example, and this type of food, like artisanal food. But we have like millions of artisans that make clay, textiles. That's the number that we have to be really to be more realistic on which is making clay and which is making candy, but it's millions of artisans.
Interesting. So in your experience, right, coming from this sector, how do you think that these folk artists really can command better value? Because it's a huge challenge. As she was talking about storytelling, Lafitaga was talking about value system. All this is also very important. But at the same time, how do you really command better prices? Do you have examples?
Yes, we have examples. And we as an institution, we are like the mediators to do this. Because we are not the designer. We are not the artisan. We are like a mediator. So we have a lot of examples. Many brands come to us and tell us, what can I do for the artisans? For example, last year we worked with Ralph Lauren. Ralph Lauren came to Mexico, take a design of a zarape de Saltillo and put it on a jacket. So Mexican government saw that and he punished Ralph Lauren for that. So Ralph Lauren came again to Mexico and say, what can I do to amend my mistake? Because it was a mistake. It is not my design. It was an inspiration. That's why all the designers said that it's an inspiration, but I do it wrong. So Mexican government say, okay, let's amend this mistake with Fomento Cultural Banamex. So they came to us and say, what we can do for the communities. There are two different communities in Mexico that work with the Zarape de Saltillo, that it's a pedal loom weaving with wool and natural dyes. So we have two communities. So Ralph Lauren started working with the communities. They first make an association, because we have to know that the designs are not one person. This is a community design. So it's an ancestral design. So who is the owner of the design? You cannot pay one person for the design. It's the whole community. So they make associations in both communities so that the association can have all the profits of the sales and then share it all along the different artisans of the communities. But they have been working with the communities, we have been working with the communities more than 2 years, making workshops, making better natural dyes for them, bringing wool from Italy or from other parts of the world so that they can have more quality, their pieces. And we have been working 2 years. We made a contest, and Ralph Lauren bought the designs. And the final purpose is that Ralph Lauren will have the designs, and they will work along with the artisans, giving the names and the profits, same names and profits, same as Ralph Lauren.
Very nice.
But yes, with that example, we have a lot, because many designers, more clothes, work with artisans now. But nowadays, I think in Mexico we have been successful with that. I think it's a good example that you can do it right. You can work with the artisan and give the same treatment, artisan, designer, or maybe artisan luxury label, and they have the same profit. But it has been like 30 years of work of institutions like Fomento Cultural Banamex, and nowadays, like 12 years ago, with the government of Mexico, because they're like having a lot of programs. We make a really nice market now. Like we have like the 5th edition last year, when the name is Original. It's a very, very big market in Mexico where you can find all the artisans of all the Mexican Republic, that it's very big, and it's difficult to go to every part of Mexico and buy things. So you can have it in Mexico City and in other parts, this market, where you can find all textiles and original textiles, no? And we have a runway, a very, very nice runway, and they are very strong now. So I think in Mexico we're very successful of giving the value to the artisans, and they can have the same profit to artisan designers, artisan labels, but it has been a work of more than 30 years, I think.
Wonderful. That's an interesting point.
Just to reconfirm that.
Sure, please.
Mr. Marcus from WIPO mentioned exactly what, on the same lines, to create in order to protect the international, the intellectual property, is to create, because it's a community, it's not one artisan.
Absolutely.
And exactly the model you have spoken about, WIPO, was, he gave the example. So that's something very interesting, to repeat this example, or to promote this experience, successful experience, as all over the world.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to reconfirm.
Absolutely, yes. This is very, very interesting examples. And then now coming to you, tourism. Now tourism is, for you, yes. For tourism, value chain, building value through tourism. You are part of tourism, ministry. So how do you see that, how do we build value through tourism? You have a great experience in that. Can you share that?
As I said earlier, Almaty is increasingly connected in international markets through initiatives with the British Council, the Smithsonian and UNDP, and in 2025 the city was recognized as a World Craft City, reinforcing its role in global cultural diplomacy. In Kazakhstan, experience showed that when policy institution and market are aligned, craftsmanship becomes a driver to creative entrepreneurship and long-time urban resilience.
Thank you. So, we will now take the last point, which is, the crux of the matter. Crux of the matter basically means, what is it which we should do in order to build value system, or value processes, or value in products, whatever, we say. How do we build value, commercial value, ethical value, institutional value? How do we build those? So if we can take, few takeaways from each of you, which helps in, being part of the policy document, so that, we are able to say, okay, this is the takeaway finally, after all the experience and discussions, this is what will come up. So I will ask Lafitaga to share her takeaways, and then we'll move on to others.
From the Pacific context, and just bringing it back to Pacific, because everybody has a different experience, and it's great to hear how things have developed. And just to remind, as a reminder, that in the context of Pacific artisans and Pacific culture, where collectivism is a value and reciprocity is embedded in our culture, that is what guides a lot of the decision making, and also guides the way in which the communities respond. And just touching on I just wanted to touch on the point around the intellectual property, because there are some examples that affected our people in terms of a global company brand of sportswear created a line where they used Samoan sacred tradition tattooing patterns of males, and they had those on their sportswear for women, which was culturally inappropriate. And so the collective responded, not only in terms of the artisans, the communities, but also the cultural knowledge holders, as well as leaders, both in the community and in government, in order to, as we heard mentioned by the UNESCO representative earlier today, in order to respond and to hold these companies, these global companies, accountable, of which they apologized and then removed that sportswear line from, or removed that from their line. And so I want to just come back to what that means for us in terms of value chain. Because, as was mentioned before, the artisans are not just artisans, they are knowledge holders. They are more than just, for us as Pacific to make profit. Profit is, of course, the ideal. But for us, in terms of the sustainability of the craft, of the knowledge that sits with the craft, and also having a very young population and engaging our young people who should then be able to continue these crafts and this cultural heritage. That is the value that we see will bring the profit. And at this stage, it is not necessarily, I know that individual artisans may, of course, want that profit, but as a collective, those values are what drives us, especially in the diaspora, where the majority of our Pacific people in New Zealand, language revitalization and maintenance is a huge issue for our young people. And so through our strategies, policies of the government in New Zealand and our ministry, we are trying to, what we see as profit and value is what will help sustain that for our younger generation, for them to then also learn crafts through language revitalization. And I know it's not quite at that economic level that you touch on, but I really want to stress that because that is what is a driver for our Pacific peoples.
So what she's saying is two key takeaways, which comes out of it. First is value framework as a part of policy, which means, that do's and don'ts, so that at least, there is a certain framework, right? And the second is value system or value transfer, from older generation to the younger generation, because that is also critical, because what value are they perceiving and building? I mean, you have always taught children, that, okay, save money, invest money, they know the value of money. But is that the way they understand the value of culture, heritage, craft, and things like that? They don't, because we have never, built that as a part of our own, grooming. So these are two key takeaways. Yes, we move to you.
Yeah, actually that's very important, because now we hear people saying craft is expensive, right? But the problem is not with the craft. It's, again, the misalignment between the market and the artisan and the value that is perceived. So I think what we should actually count for is, the value that the piece the time it took for the artisan to make it, and look into the full breakdown of what contributed in the cost of the piece. I mean, nowadays we're looking at artisans that are competing against, cheap imported goods, high material cost, unpredictable tourism cycles, and little policy frameworks often in a lot of areas. So I think if we want to answer and find the solution, it's all about addressing all of these issues. For example, let's say in a country where, I'll talk about Jordan. So yes, we have a couple of, raw materials, but most of our raw materials that the artisan use, like wood and stuff, are imported. And thus we have, a lot of taxes on materials and so on. So already the artisan starts with a piece that's already expensive from all the associated costs from it. So one of the things that we've been talking and discussing in terms of policies, how about we add some sort of a policy that says, yes, artisans who have workshops, who are practicing, who are contributing in their own way to the economy can get tax exemption. Another example, speaking of, tourism. We have beautiful historical sites surrounded by a lot of tourism and touristic souvenir shops. There should be, maybe there is, but it's not applied, some laws that could say, all products that are sold in souvenir shops around the historical sites should be locally made in the country. Because, for example, again, when we're talking about competition, if we want to compare an imported souvenir to an artisan who's making the piece in the same country, it won't be able to compete price-wise, quality-wise, and the list goes on. So such policies are very important to highlight the importance of these. And also, on another hand, on another world, we shouldn't also, again, frame, if a certain craft doesn't work under, a touristy souvenir piece, it would be maybe considered for a tourist or large scale, then there is another model where we need to apply, which is collaborating beyond what can be done and pushing the boundaries of the marketplace of the craft through collaborating with brands, working on large commissions. We've done, for example, work for hotels, and the work would be done locally in the country and then shipped. But there's a whole process and learning process that we get to learn along the way as well. So I think taking and looking at all of these things will help somehow, adding some value and shifting the perspective and the perception of what is, you know, a handmade product. So it's, yani, yes, one of them is beyond what we've discussed as redefining the relationship or the designer and maker relationship, and make it more of, you know, an approach where the artisan's voice is there and making the artisan as the author, but also there are a lot of things that we need to tackle and work on and generally, and from many.
Yeah, so interesting 3 words, you know, that comes from what she says: value perception, proposition, and integration. So that is very important, because, you know, if it is not perceived as valuable thing, and it is also not integrated into a social system or the, you know, structural system, it will never build a value. So last point we'll take from you, Rocio, and we'll end this.
Yes, thank you. Again, we as an institution, we're in a different position, but to give value to folk art in Mexico for us is one of the main points, the promotion. We promote Mexican folk artisans all around the world. We have a very big collection that has been traveling to many countries, and we have been like presenting more than 150 exhibitions all around the world with more than 20 million visitors. So that makes strong the folk art in Mexico, and it's a lot of promotion to the artisans, that their pieces have been in beautiful museums in Los Angeles, in New York. And that promotion, it's very important. Also, we have 11 publications of folk art. 2 of them are really sold out. So we make thousands of publications of that, and they are sold out. So promotion, for me, it's one of the most important pillars, like to give value to these folk, Mexican and Latin America, because we have the 2 collections in the world. And another thing is in which we help also is in the commercialization. And we make fair trade and direct sales. We avoid the intermediaries. We don't add prices. We don't add price to the price anything. So we make a direct sale, and that's important for us. We also put pieces into auctions, into Sotheby's, in New York, and Sotheby's, Phillips, and the other auction house I'm not remembering, Christie's. So those kinds of things increase the value of the pieces of the artisans, and they know, like, internationally, they are like in the same place as Latin American painters, for example, in Christie's or Sotheby's. So that increased values to the pieces of folk art. And well, I think another thing is we provide a lot of training to the artisans. We gave them like online courses about fiscal things, taxes. In Mexico now we have a model of tax because artisans are like small entrepreneurs, so they have like special treatment. They pay only 1.2% of taxes, for example, and that's very good for them. So, but they don't know them. They don't know that. So we are like trying to give all the communication we can with all the things we can in online courses or direct courses to them, so they can know all about this. And we're making so many things to give value to the artists.
Very, very nice. So last point which comes up is building value through commercialization, promotion, and education. And I think with this, we end this entire discussion. I'm sorry, we are running sort of time, so we have to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sumesh. Thank you to the panel. And I urge you all to come here again by 4 o'clock, please, because we're going to be announcing the Kuwait Declaration. And I just want to thank all the panels over the last 2 days. And they've made our job very difficult, because there's so many wonderful ideas, so many thoughts that have come up, and now we have to distill it down to one page, which is a very tough thing to do, but that's what you're going to do in the next 1 hour. Thank you. Thank you. Back here, 4 o'clock, Kuwait Declaration.
Kuwait City becomes the meeting place of Worldcraft.
We thought it would be best to have the WCF, the World Craft Forum here, and we've had more than 34 countries taking part in this important forum.
The focus here is heritage, livelihood,
and how craft can grow in today's world. Worldcraft Forum 2026 unites world craft leaders.
I'd like to say ahla wa sahla, welcome to Kuwait, and hope to enjoy the forum, the market, and the masterclasses.
At World Craft Forum 2026, ideas move from policies to practice.
Kuwait City becomes the meeting place.
At World Craft Forum 2026, ideas move from policies to practice.
What we make reflects who we are and how the world sees us.
This forum has opened my eyes to lessons that we can learn from our own region.
Across the world craft cities, craft is not symbolic, it's economic.
Policy and intellectual property is what turns crafts into assets.
Culture and craft shape our nation to connect.
at World Craft Forum 2026, ideas move from policies to
the governor comes. So basically, day one, the outcomes, crafts at the core of the creative economies from value to impact. These were some of the key outcomes of the day one of panel discussions. Museums as living interfaces, as opposed to just merely being repositories of heritage, I think was something that Carol mentioned. Market interfaces between buyers and sellers are important. Craft cities as engines of growth was reinforced. Maker, user, government policy interface was seen as very important, and then they all three needed to collaborate for practical purposes. Valuation of crafts for fair pricing. It was mentioned that craftsmen should not undervalue or underprice themselves. Intellectual property as the starting point and not as an afterthought was something that Marcus from WIPO emphasized. Integrated creative economy framework at a policy level was seen to be a very important element of any sort of creative economy. Public awareness of handmade versus mass-produced product was seen to be an important driver of value creation. Expanding the boundaries of craft, so looking at craft beyond just the framework and within the confines of what was traditionally recognized as the craft. From policy to implementation was seen to be a very important element of any practical implementation. Continuous communication between policy and practice and not having the two divorced from each other. Crafts as living traditions within the UNESCO frameworks, as opposed to being overtly overtly concerned about authenticity, etc. So as Dr. Koshi put it very eloquently, crafts is like a flowing river and not a stagnant pool. Protecting crafts in times of conflict and disruption was again seen to be a very important role that needed to be performed. And this morning was mentioned about how often during times of disruption and crisis, it can be really the sole support for any craftsperson. Shifting funding models for greater impact. Crafts as employment drivers and cultural identity in Arab states particularly was also emphasized. On day 2, that is today, some of the key takeaways related to crafts, culture, and continuity in a changing world were building national importance for crafts. It was seen that for crafts to thrive in any society at a national scale, it needs to be seen as an important element of the economy, that is the orange economy. Crafts in crisis, hope and livelihood at a global scale was emphasized again this morning by Heidi in terms of how it bridges people between disparate parts of the world and builds greater consciousness and awareness for the kind of crisis some of the refugees, etc., are, and often is the only source of occupation and livelihood for them. Rebuilding value and reconnecting with Gen Next was also seen to be a very important thing that needed to be achieved if craft was to thrive, survive, and sustain. Because unless the young and the generation next feels for craft and feels an affinity for craft, it's not going to happen. Cultural retrospection as a strength, and blockchain and AI for transparency and trust were seen to be important areas of intervention as far as technology is concerned. Building strong value chains and systems was emphasized, and an interesting phrase that we spoke about today was craftify. So don't look at modernizing craft, but look at craftifying other forms of visual art and communication like architecture, fashion, etc. Education as the backbone of craft continuity, as well as was spoken across many panels, and I think the importance of education was underlined again and again. Documentation as an important knowledge resource driven by technology and otherwise was again seen to be a very important element. Sustainability as ethics, value, and enterprise. And younger generation was at the risk of cultural disconnection was mentioned again in a panel today, especially with history of colonization and the Western influence that often young people are subjected to. My last slide is co-creation as a path forward, where you do not see designers and craftspeople as opposing ends of a spectrum, but instead, partners in that process. Livelihoods through value creation was again something that was emphasized. Understanding and strengthening the value chain as an important driver of livelihoods, an important driver of price realization, and an important driver of creating a sustainable livelihood for people. Diverse approaches were seen to be within Arab states, where some Arab countries were looking more inward, whereas others had a more outward-looking approach. Cultural diplomacy through crafts was again seen to be very important in the Arab state context, where often other forms of diplomacy are limited. And lastly, Arab states is seen to be at the forefront of global craft leadership, because in many of the Arab states, craft is an important driver of employment, an important driver of income beyond the natural resource income that is generated in many of these states. So this, in a nutshell, were, in our view, the 33 key points that emerged from our 2 days of deliberation. Not bad. It's kind of an average of more than 3 per panel, so that's not a bad average. And now I'm going to invite our president, Mr. Saad Al-Kadumi, to come and read out the Kuwait Declaration, which has been fueled by these 33 points that I have spoken about here. And I will also request Dr. Koshi, the Vice President, to join, the Vice President to join him on stage. Thank you very much. Thank you. Would you like to say anything? No, Sandeep? Good enough on stage.
No, on both sides.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Again, we have come to the final stage of this forum. Feeling very good about it, I think. It's been a pleasure to have everyone here in the state of Kuwait. Kuwait has resumed its traditional position as a supporter of World Craft Council since 2012 and continues to be so till now. And we hope with World Craft Council Arab States region being headed by Beit al-Sadu and the leadership of Sheikh Habibi al-Sabah, that as you have rightly said, it would be at the forefront of global craft leadership. Let me begin. And yes, Kuwait Craft Forum is the second forum after Delhi, which celebrated also at the same time the 60th Diamond Jubilee of World Craft Council establishment in 2024. This is the second craft forum. Already Sri Lanka has wished to officially make it in 2028, which we're looking forward to having it there. Any offers in 2026, we can have another one if you like. All right. Yes, also in Malaysia, yes, of course. In the Delhi Craft Forum in 2024, when the forum ended, we had officially made the Delhi, the Delhi Declaration. So what I'm about to do now is to do the Kuwait Declaration after this forum has ended. Most of the points have been concluded by Mr. Sandeep when he explained, but now this is the declaration that would go on. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, as we concluded day one of the World Crafts Forum, our discussions have made one thing very clear. Craft is core, not an object, not an accessory, but a system of knowledge, skill, value, and livelihood at the heart of the creative economy. We began by reimagining museums, not as static repositories, but as a living interfaces that connect people, protection, preservation, promotion, and policy. We also recognize that markets matter. Strong, transparent interfaces between buyers and sellers are essential if artisans are to access new markets and secure fair returns for their work. Craft cities were acknowledged as powerful engines of growth, anchoring local economies, sustaining cultural identity, and generating employment. Equally important is the interface between makers, users, and governments. Creative economy policy must emerge from practice shaped through continuous dialogue rather than designed in isolation. A recurring theme today was value, the need to recognize the true worth of handmade work so that crafts can command fair and sustainable prices. In this context, branding plays a critical role in value creation, helping translate cultural depth, authenticity, and skill into market recognition. Intellectual property was therefore positioned not as the end of a process, but as the beginning of any serious craft or creative economy strategy. We also reaffirmed that technology is not a threat to crafts, but an ethical enabler when applied responsibly. It can support documentation, design development, market access, and transparency without eroding human skill or cultural integrity. Education emerged as a cross-cutting priority. At every stage of the craft ecosystem, from transmission of skills and professional training to research, innovation, and public awareness, without education, continuity is fragile. Without learning, innovation stalls. Our discussions pointed to the need for a holistic framework, one that aligns policy, education, markets, cities, institutions, and communities. Public awareness is central to this effort. People must understand the difference between handmade and mass-produced goods, not only in cultural terms, but in social and environmental impact. We acknowledge that the boundaries of crafts are expanding into technology, engineering, healthcare, and new areas of innovation, while retaining their human and material intelligence. However, policy must move beyond intent. The shift from policy to praxis, supported by clear implementation and constant communication between policymakers and practitioners, is crucial. Acknowledge a growing concern. Younger generations are increasingly disconnected, shaped by syncretism and the long shadows of colonization. Addressing this requires co-creation, storytelling, and renewed community engagement. We reaffirmed that livelihoods for large craft populations depend not on scale alone, but on value creation and strong value chains, systems that are understood, supported, and fairly governed. In the context of the Arab states, we recognized diverse cultural approaches, both inward-looking and outward-looking. This diversity is strength. Through cultural diplomacy, crafts can become powerful bridges between nations. Countries such as Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and the Emirates and Saudi Arabia are well positioned to lead, and through the World Craft Council to extend their reach and influence globally. They too reminded us that crafts are not about the past, they are about continuity, confidence, and choice. The choice to value culture, to invest in people, and to shape future that are rooted, resilient, and humane. We thank you for your attendance, for your patience, and we thank you for your participation and contribution to this forum. And we wish you all the best and hope to see you in the forthcoming third craft forum. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You will do it. Okay.
Thank you. Safe journeys.
So the governor will be joining us at 4:30. So, which is another 10 minutes. So I would request everyone to please remain seated and just think about what was said out here. Thank you very much. And that kind of concludes my role as a panel coordinator by bringing all that we discussed over the last 2 days into one summated whole. Thank you. You can now disconnect this.
Kuwait City becomes the meeting place of Worldcraft.
We thought it would be best to have the WCF, the World Craft Forum here, and we've had more than 34 countries taking part in this important forum.
The focus here is heritage, livelihood,
and how craft can grow in today's world. Worldcraft Forum 2026 unites world craft leaders.
I'd like to say ahla wa sahla, welcome to Kuwait, and hope to enjoy the forum, the market, and the master classes.
At World Craft Forum 2026, ideas move from policies to practice.
What we make reflect who we are and how the world sees us.
This forum has opened my eyes to lessons that we can learn from our own region.
Across the world craft cities, craft is not symbolic, it's economic.
Policy and intellectual property is what turns crafts into assets.
Culture and craft shape our nation to connect.
Kuwait City becomes the meeting place of Worldcraft.
We thought it would be best to have the WCF, the World Craft Forum here, and we've had more than 34 countries taking part in this important forum.
The focus here is heritage, livelihood,
and how craft can grow in today's world. Worldcraft Forum 2026 unites world craft leaders.
I'd like to say ahla wa sahla, welcome to Kuwait, and hope to enjoy the forum, the market, and the masterclasses.
At World Craft Forum 2026, ideas move from policies to practice.
What we make reflect who we are and how the world sees us.
This forum has opened my eyes to lessons that we can learn from our own region.
Across the world craft cities, craft is not symbolic, it's economic.
Policy and intellectual property is what turns crafts into assets.
Culture and craft shape our nation to connect.
والآن مع كلمة السيد سعد هادي القدومي رئيس مجلس الحرف العالمي، فليتفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. سوف أتكلم في اللغة الإنجليزية عشان معظم الحضور دوليين، بس في البداية أرحب فيكم في آخر يوم اللي هو نهاية المنتدى. وكان منتدى جدا ناجح. يومين من مواضيع تهم الحرف، والكويت كانت دوما ودائما داعما لمنظمة الحرف العالمية. وفي الختام إن شاء الله نعيد نفس التجربة في المستقبل في مواضيع ومشاريع جديدة. فشكرا. Please, if you تقدمي. اوكي. شكرا.
شكرا للسيد سعد هاني القدومي على هذه الكلمة المميزة، رئيس مجلس الحرف العالمي. والآن فليتفضل معالي محافظ العاصمة الشيخ عبد الله سالم علي الصباح.
أحمد العبد الله الأحمد الصباح حفظه الله، بما يعكس اهتمام القيادة الرشيدة بالثقافة والفنون وصون التراث. لقد شكل هذا المنتدى منصة دولية هامة جمعت نخبة من الخبراء والحرفيين من مختلف دول العالم، وأسهم في إبراز أهمية الحرف التقليدية باعتبارها جزءاً أصيلاً من الهوية الثقافية وعنصراً فاعلاً في دعم التنمية المستدامة والاقتصاد الإبداعي. ويسعدني في هذا المقام أن أستذكر بكل فخر ما شهدته محافظة العاصمة في عام 2025 حين حظيت مدينة الكويت بإعلانها مدينة عالمية لحرفة السدو، في إنجاز وطني يعكس التزام دولة الكويت بصون تراثها الثقافي الغير مادي ودعم الحرفيين وتعزيز حضورها الثقافي عالمياً. إن منتدى الحرف العالمي يؤكد استمرارية هذا النهج ويعزز مكانة الكويت كمركز للحوار الثقافي والتبادل المعرفي وجسر للتواصل بين الشعوب من خلال الشراكات الدولية والعمل المشترك. وفي الختام أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والتقدير إلى المجلس الوطني للثقافة والفنون والآداب، كما نثمن الرعاية الكريمة من مؤسسة البترول الكويتية، ونشكر جمعية السدو الحرفية وجميع الجهات المنظمة والشركاء والضيوف على جهودهم وإسهاماتهم القيمة، سائلين المولى عز وجل أن تبقى دولة الكويت منارة للثقافة وحاضنة للحرف والتلاقي الحضاري. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لمعالي محافظ العاصمة الشيخ عبد الله سالم العلي الصباح على هذه الكلمة وعلى حضوره معنا اليوم. أحييكم إخواني وضيوفنا اليوم إلى شارع السد لالتقاط صورة جماعية. حياكم الله.